Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Can hear you loud and clear.
Gotcha.
There you go. Good evening and welcome to the work session of the Suffolk Public Schools. Our meeting is now called to order. May we have a motion at this time to go into our closed session?
In order to protect the confidentiality of closed meeting discussions, a motion is needed to require all school board members participating in tonight's closed meeting of the school board to relinquish and have stored in a secure location designated by the school board all recording devices to include cameras, computer storage devices, digital video recorders, sound recording technology, or tape recording devices.
It's been moved. I'm sorry. Do we have a second to that motion?
I second the motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Board members, please be ready to vote. Yes,
I got a question.
we have a question from Board Member Riddick.
Yes, this is just the part I was trying to get my computer straight. This is just the part where we are moving to go in and put the cell phones up, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick. I'm sorry. Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
No.
Vice Chair Byron,
Yeah.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Clerk will be collecting devices. The Vice Clerk, I'm sorry. Just for information, board members, you have an envelope on each of your desk. Your devices will be held in this room in view of all board members. We ask that you turn off your devices so that they won't be ringing. You will be able to see the container where your devices are being held so that you will feel comfortable with your devices being out of your personal control. Have all devices been collected? Have all devices been collected, Madam Clerk?
Did we collect all from everyone?
Okay,
The Stories is in the car.
okay. You do not have
And
any
Ms.
devices
And
in
Ms.
storage?
Jenkins.
And Ms. Jenkins is in the car, that's fine. As long as we have all devices,
Yes, ma'am.
we can move forward. Board members, we do that for confidentiality. We have personnel matters and other matters that we need to discuss. And for the benefit of those students and those rights we will be discussing, and for personnel business that we will discuss, and other matters that are not public matters, we must keep information confidential. And so those devices are collected for those reasons. We thank you for your cooperation. Now, we'll move on to the next item. We have a motions to go into the closed meeting, and I understand that at this point, we have a motion to go into the closed meeting. We need a motion to go into the closed meeting, and Mr. Waller, would you like to say something, Mr. Riddick? Did you have a concern?
Yes, I have 3 items I would like to add to the agenda for closed meeting.
Would you say it so? If you have 3 items that you would want to add, we need to take those items individually.
Yes, ma'am.
And board members will need to vote on those items.
Okay.
Would
First
you state them in the form of a motion, and that way board members can vote on those items? You want to move to add those items to the agenda?
Yes, I move to add the following item: school employees who may have received an overpayment and unemployment insurance benefits to the closed session agenda.
Is there a second? Is there a second? The motion fails without a second. Would you like to move forward, Mr. Riddick?
Yes, I would like to move to add the following item to the closed session agenda: consultation with the legal counsel regarding Sherry D. Story versus school board.
Is there a second? Board members? Okay. Are there any board members who would like to second the motion? Having received no second, the motion fails. Would you like to move forward with the next motion?
Yes, the third and final amendment I would like to add is the discussion of the superintendent term of employment and compensation package to the items on the closed session.
Is there a second to the motion? Having received no second, the motion fails. Mr. Waller.
Closed meeting to discuss the following items and subjects pursuant to section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. The discussion and or consideration of the personnel report regarding prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining or resignation of specific employees of the school board, and more specifically as it relates to the following. A, the resignations of individuals employed in the following positions: teachers, teacher assistants, speech language pathologists, bus drivers, cafeteria associates, ISS monitor, testing administration proctor, head custodian, and supervisor of English instruction. B, recommendation for dismissal of school custodian, personnel action number 2021-1. C, the hiring of instructional personnel for the following subject areas: CTE, marketing teacher, math teacher, first grade teacher, health PE teacher, English 6 teacher, SPED teachers, kindergarten teacher, English teacher, and first grade teacher. D, the hiring of non-instructional personnel for the following positions: administrative assistants, safety monitor, custodians, proximity learning facilitator, speech language pathologist, and teacher assistants. E, the hiring of individuals employed as a substitute bus driver, safety monitor, and teachers. F, the approval of 2 school employees to receive a first stipend in the amount of $300 for full training as a substitute bus driver trainee. G, the request for approval of 2 substitute bus driver trainees. H, request for approval for 5 part-time tutors or mentors and teachers to receive compensation for providing ELL support during the 2020-21 school year at the rate of $26.40 per hour for students enrolled at Northern Shores Elementary, John F. Kennedy Middle, McBean Elementary, and Kings Fork Middle Schools. The approval for a teacher assistant individual to receive compensation for extra duty at Kilby Shores Elementary at the rate of $5 per hour above her current rate of pay effective October 16, 2020 through January the 29th, 2021. J, request for approval of compensation for extra duty teacher assistants. K, request for approval of extra duty supplements for athletic coaches at Kings Fork High School, National River High School, and Lakeland High School as per the 2021 published classification and compensation plan for athletic salary supplements. L, the approval of termination on the grounds of job abatement for a part-time 12-month custodian at Kings Fork High School. M, request for approval of 2 teachers to receive compensation for organizing the 9th grade transition virtual presentation staff at Kings Fork High School at the rate of $26.40 per hour. N, request for approval for teachers to receive compensation for providing ELL support during the 2021 school year at the rate of $26.40 per hour for students enrolled at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School and McBean Junior Elementary School. O, request for approval of 13 instructional personnel to receive compensation for serving as Nassau Parkway Elementary Leadership Team members throughout the 2021 school year at the rate of $26.40 an hour. P, the request for approval of 25 teachers to receive compensation for after-school tutoring and/or after-school detention staff for the 2020-21 school year at Kings Fork High School at the rate of $26.40 per hour. Q, request for approval of 12 teachers to receive compensation for providing services as assessment writing personnel at the rate of $26.40 an hour. R, request for approval to provide annual stipend of $1,200 for a teacher to serve as an ECS lead teacher. S, request for approval of a special education teacher to serve as a homebound, home-based teacher at the rate of $27.40 per hour. T, the request for approval of 16 teachers to receive compensation for participating as Hill Point Elementary Leadership Data Team members at the rate of $26.40 an hour. U, request for approval of 20 certified and not certified school employees to receive a $200 stipend and 4 school employees to receive a $100 stipend for serving as the school webmasters for the first semester of the 2021 school year. V, request for approval of a teacher to serve as a homebound instructor for the 2021 school year at Nassau River High School at the rate of $27.40 an hour. W, the approval of a request for 5 school employees, which includes a 12-month custodian, 2 bus drivers, teacher assistant, and a SPED teacher to receive a leave of absence. X, the approval of requests for 7 school employees to be removed from the substitute teacher, teacher assistant, and custodian list. Y, recommendation regarding the supervisor of English instruction. Z, the discussion and or consideration of the superintendent's term of employment, all of which is authorized by section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia as amended. Number two, the discussion and/or consideration of the student services report, where the discussion in an open meeting would involve the disclosure of information contained in the student's scholastic record, and more specifically, as it relates to the following: 19 out-of-zone requests for students enrolled in Suffolk Public Schools to attend school out of their designated school attendance zone, all of which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A2 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. And number three, the discussion of prospective candidates for appointment to serve on an interim basis to represent the Sleepy Hollow Borough, all of which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended.
Oh, sorry about that.
It was moved and second by, I'm sorry, I didn't,
Mrs. Byram seconded.
okay, who,
Who moved? Ms. Byram moved. Has it been
Second.
seconded?
Second.
Mrs. Jenkins second.
okay. Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story, Vice Chair Byram,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck,
Yes.
motion passed.
At this time, we will move into closed session.
Tasha,
Mr. Wall.
Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of February 11th, 2021 pursuant to section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Whereas the school board of the city of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the city of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the city of Suffolk.
May I have a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded.
Board
Madam-
members, I'm sorry, board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. Good evening, everyone. We're going to begin our regular meeting. Welcome to everyone who is with us this evening. We're going to begin our meeting with our citizen comments on the Suffolk Police Memorandum of Understanding. If there are persons who are tuned in, who are set up to make comments, we will hear those comments at this time.
Madam Chair, I would like to bring to the board's attention that we do have Chief Al Chandler from the Suffolk Police Department that has also joined us for this portion of the meeting, since it is public comment on the MOU between the Suffolk Public Schools and the Suffolk Police Department.
Welcome, Chief Chandler. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Would you like to make a statement, sir?
Yes, thank you for having me. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Are there persons signed up to speak? Okay, there are no persons signed up to speak. Are there any questions that board members have? Yes, Board Member Story.
Good evening, Chief Chandler. I have a question on page 2 of the memorandum. It says, I'd like to start out limited to the following in the first paragraph, A, B, C, D, and E. It talks about these are examples of incidences which may have potential consequences for the safety of students or employees at the school. It has fights between students that may result retaliation. I know, having been at Kingsbrook High School, I'm wondering if it should also include, or we should include any type of attack on employees as well, because that certainly has happened. And I see that as something that I think would be good to have in this series, either as a comma and a phrase item or as its own. And I noticed that it says sexual or physical abuse that's occurred at home or away from school. How about at school itself? on the at school and on the property. So I realize it says it's not limited to, but I see that the 5 that you listed, where our resource officer, I believe that is in context of our school resource officers who are investigating a school-related incident. I guess I'm wondering, how did you pick those 5? And with something like, I noticed it doesn't talk about a bomb in the school building and investigating that. Means how did you pick those 5 and then sort of leave others out in terms of severity? Or
Thank you so much for that question. So these are basically, we developed these trying to cover the basics. Something in reference to a bomb or something of that nature is going to bring a lot more resources. These are more the day-to-day situations. And, my thought process would be, and I don't have a problem changing the verbiage, but when you talk about threats made towards students or employees, I would consider that as well as in the assault. So even though there's a battery, prior to the battery, there's an assault. So that would put that in that realm. These are more focused on just the basics of normal school operation, more of your minor incidents, but sometimes we do have things that we are not certain as to what it is until we get to talking to them. So we just wanted to kind of have a basic, so, people would be able to understand, something that we're working from, but it's not limited to this. We have to take it on a case-by-case basis, and of course work with school administration to make sure that we are able to provide resources to the child as needed, or to the employee.
Thank you, Chief Chandler. Board members, other board members. In reading through this, do you have other questions? All right. Thank you very much. All right. We have 2. Okay, sure.
thank you. So I'm concerned with paragraph 6, or number 6 on page 3. To me, and I'm familiar with police procedures, obviously, but it seems that first there is a concern that there's no disruption as you're interviewing. And I'm thinking of something that it would be very sensitive in nature, maybe a sexual something between student, parent, student, teacher, admin, something like that. You're interviewing, and it seems like you're very conscious of not disrupting the flow of the interview. But then there's this idea where a building principal, if asked to leave, then all of a sudden there's a temporary suspension to get a captain. And then that would take, that could take up to an hour, I suppose. And so you really have a huge disruption. And by that time, the child sits there and says, I changed my mind. I'm too scared to say anything now. And so I just feel within number 6 there, if you would take a look at that again. I understand the concern that there's, when you're in the midst of an interview, right, you don't want to be disrupted because there's a flow. But then in the same paragraph, you give this option for a big disruption. So I don't know if you can just speak to that, why. And I'll just say one more thing, because I don't like the word fails, where it says, however, if the building principal or his or her designee fails to voice an objection. I don't think it's a failure. I think it's just a choice. And so I don't particularly like that word failure. I don't think it's a failure on someone's part. I just think it's a choice they've made to not voice an objection. But so those are my concerns in that particular of number 6. And it just doesn't seem to flow right.
Madam Chair, I'd like to address part of that before I give Chief Chandler an opportunity. This was something that, and I want to be clear for our entire school community, the MOU is not written by the police department. The MOU is a joint document between the school division and the police department. And it is our goal that the flow, as Ms. Story mentioned, the interview process itself, we honestly feel that this is very fair, where the student has the right to discontinue the interview at any time. We also wanted to give the option where an administrator could also ask for the interview to be suspended. And if that was the case, the child would go back to class. We do not expect the student to stay there because, as Ms. Story pointed out, getting in contact with the captain may not be available at that time. So we want to be able to send the student back to class. The police department has certain things they have to cover. We understand. Ms. Story brings up a good point about the sensitivity of the issue. But the student interview piece probably was the main discussion that the Suffolk Police Department, the school division, Mr. Waller, myself, Chief Chandler talked about for weeks. And we honestly feel that the way that we have set this up preserves the students' rights, allows the Suffolk Police Department to be able to do their job, and it also allows an administrator to be able to interject if need be. And I'll defer to Mr. Waller or Chief Chandler if they want to be able to add some things to that, because this conversation came up and probably took us a couple of weeks to be able to iron out. So Chief Chandler or Mr. Waller, I would defer to you if there's anything you'd like to add to that.
Chief Chandler, would you like to add to either one of those comments?
Certainly. Yes, and I think it's imperative that we keep in mind that this is not and should not, and I don't believe is going to be the norm. What we're talking about more than anything in this situation is something catastrophic happening. These are, I think the thing that you see dealing with nationally, dealing with law enforcement, is putting safeguards in place because there's a genuine feeling of concern that something may be said or done that may be illegal or against procedure. And I think what I've received from my communication with Dr. Gordon and Dr. Waller is more of the fact that they wanted to make sure that Suffolk Public Schools had some way of, if things went off the track, which we have no expectation that would happen, then there would be some way to say, now hold on, I really feel like there's something almost criminal in nature happening. At that point, if the staff member and the member of our agency cannot come to some type of agreement or understanding, then at that point, then we can kick it up to someone else. And as Dr. Gordon expressed, this was a real point of contention where we want to make sure that we as the police department provide the absolute very best in investigative excellence while in keeping with every local, state, and federal law. But we also want to make sure that the school board is able to do their due diligence as well in ensuring that each child is taken care of and protected as needed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Chandler. I believe Mr. Waller.
This was designed in part as a balancing act between the interests of the Suffolk Police Department to conduct their investigations and at the same time to seek to protect the rights of students that would be subject to those interviews. And so this was all about trying to balance the rights of the police department to conduct their investigation and the rights of students. And so we tried to put in place some safeguards that would in fact protect student rights as well as allowing police department to conduct their investigation. And I think we've accomplished that in that paragraph number 6.
One
Chief
more,
Chandler.
one more thing, I apologize. One more thing I want to add is these are non-custodial interviews. So these are not interviews with a suspect. These are more witness victim type interviews. So we're not talking about where somebody is in custody. That's a totally different situation that would be not done on Suffolk Public Schools property. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. We're not talking about anybody who's charged with an offense, anybody that we have arrested.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that. We're going to thank you, Chief Chandler, for being here, and thank you for taking your time to respond to us. We appreciate the role that you played in developing this, and we appreciate the time that it's taken. We have been working on these kinds of things together, and we appreciate your partnership. So thank you very much for this. Thank you. We're going to move to our next item. We have now a public hearing on the appointment of a replacement for our new school board member to replace an interim school board member to replace our former board member, Mr. David Mitnick. The board member will serve a term until December 31st, 2021. The board member would participate in the position would be filled by a board member who would participate in the next general election to finish the full term, but this would be a replacement for the interim board member. At this time, we will hear from any public speakers that have come forward to give us any kind of input, hopefully from the Sleepy Hollow Borough. If there are public speakers from the Sleepy Hollow Borough or public speakers from the city who've come forward. We do not have any public speakers. Okay. Well, at this point, we'd like to announce the names of persons who have decided that they are interested in the position. These persons live in the Sleepy Hollow Borough, and they have let us know. And I'm going to pull this down just a little bit. I promise you, we are properly socially distanced from our next partner in this meeting. And I want to be clear so that you can hear the names of the persons. Mr. Christopher C. Old is one of the individuals who would like to be considered for this interim position. Mr. Jason R. Fawcett is an individual. Sorry about that. Mr. Jason R. Fawcett is an individual who would like to be considered. Ms. Tricia M. James is another individual who'd like to be considered. Ms. Ebony N. Wright would like to be considered. And Ms. Carly A. Bosco would like to be considered. And Mrs. Linda T. Johnson would like to be considered. So those are the persons that the board will be interviewing for this position. Those dates for the interview will be made available to the public. The interviews are not public interviews, but the dates will be made available to the public. An announcement will be made on February 25th, I believe. February 25th is the date when an announcement will be made. And we wish you all well, all those persons who have stepped up to the plate working in this position. And it is work. Working in the position of a board member is work, but those of us who have decided to take part are persons who love to do what we do. And so we thank those persons who have decided to come forward and volunteer to serve. And we look forward to meeting you and working with you. We're going to move along with this meeting, and we are now going to call our regular meeting to order. Mrs. Loretta Mayo from the Sleepy Hollow Borough will lead us in the pledge.
Holy Neck Borough.
Holy Neck Borough, I'm sorry. Where did I put you? Where did I put you? I'm sorry. I put you somewhere. I don't know. From the Holy Neck Borough. Please forgive me.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty
and
and
justice
justice for
for
all.
all. Now that I put you in. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, are we ready for we need a motion for the personnel report.
I move to approve the personnel report, tabling personnel action 20/21-1.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the personnel report tabling the item named. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byron,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck,
Yes.
motion passed.
Madam Vice Chair, could we have a motion for the pupil personnel reports?
I move to approve the pupil personnel report with an amendment to the pupil personnel report for December, student number 10.
Second.
We have a motion with an amendment and a second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story. Yes. Vice Chair Byron,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. There is one, I won't make that now. We're going to move forward with our agenda. We need a motion to approve the agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we amend the agenda and add to new business, special recognition of our clerk, Ms. Gardner.
May I have a second? Yes.
The part on the agenda where it was listed for an action item under new business, item number 4 needs to be
Yes.
changed to informational.
Informational, okay. Thank you. Okay. All righty. So we have 2 amendments. Okay. We have a motion on the floor do we have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda with the addition of those 2 amendments?
Yes.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story. Vice Chair Byron,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. We have some citizen comments on the agenda items. I'd like to first acknowledge Mr. Richard Schroka on regression of our special needs students due to a lack of in-person schooling and therapies normally received in school. Is Mr. Schroka online? Hello, Mr. Schroka.
How you doing?
How are you, sir?
Fine.
We're listening if you would like to go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My daughter Jennifer attends Kings Suffolk High School Special Ed. If I gave a grade, the school board and their caring of the students during coronavirus, it would be an F. I see private schools, Catholic schools, Department of Defense schools have been in session since August. I see that the schools in towns around us have been having children, especially those special needs, attending in person for 4 days a week. Back in September, when my wife stood before you and question was raised how you would know the effects of shutting down only after 2 days. You didn't stop to consider that it would have been only 2 days. The effects on my daughter and the special ed community and all the students of SPS since last March. Over the last 11 months, I've seen my daughter's speech regress due to not being in school. No speech therapy at home from school. Do any of you have a special needs child that has a limited lifespan due to her illness? 85% of the children with my daughter's illness don't make it to adulthood. Some of the treatments, medications, and surgeries that have been given her quality of life also shorten her lifespan. School was one of the few things that gives her quality of life, but didn't negatively impact her until now. My wife and I have been able to get our daughter to this stage in life with a lot of advocating on her behalf with doctors, nurses, and school systems. Due to my daughter's illness, we are careful that she goes to school, home, doctor's appointments only. School board keeps bringing up COVID-19 cases, as a cause of delay reopening schools. Suffolk population is 94,374 people as of 2020. Suffolk only has 656 cases, less than 7% of the population. And if I'm willing to put my daughter back in class, knowing the situation, why are you denying my daughter her right to a free and appropriate public education? Excuse me. Has any of the school members been at a home of any of the special needs students receiving online instructions? Since I teleworked last week, I witnessed a adaptive PE teacher carrying on a full discussion regarding political beliefs with an aid of another student. How's that helping the students? Another class is where the teacher is talking to the kids about getting a job, which is nothing with my daughter because she's at a 2 to 4 year old level. So exactly what's the motivation for signing her onto classes in each of these classes? My daughter's needs hands-on learning. One of the one-to-one with peers addressed to her intent with her classmates, teachers, and community. You have taken that away from my daughter. You are responsible for my daughter's decline because children with diagnosis regress unless they are using their skills every day, being challenged to gain more. My wife and I do so much at home. We can try our best, but when our daughter began school 14 years ago, we knew the class and special ed professionals would be the best option for our development. It's not sure what you are considering or which two choices would return will happen for how long students should attend, but you don't seem to consider there's an impact on most of the students, including my child. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Our next person is Ms. Amanda Boswell. We have letters, I think, from the next two persons. Okay.
Good evening, Dr. Gordon and school board members. My name is Amanda Boswell, and I currently have a sixth grade and a ninth grade student enrolled in Suffolk Public Schools. I have written to you several times over the past year, pleading with you to reopen schools. My pleas, along with other parents' pleas in the community, have gone unheard. However, I have to try one more time. I have to try for my children. While you all may disagree with my stance on returning students to school, I hope that you can agree that as a parent, it is my job to fight for what I feel is best for my children. I will never understand why Suffolk students were never given a choice to attend school in person. There has never been an attempt to even try to return to school. You can't say we tried and it didn't work. You haven't even tried. Dr. Gordon, Dr. Rice, and all of the staff at the school administrative offices have spent months coming up with protective measures to get our kids back in school. But for every solution they come up with, you, the school board, found a problem. I understand your argument that you are doing it to protect people in the community from a deadly virus. However, what are you doing to protect our children from the hardships they have faced over the past year? The loss of education, the increase in mental health problems, the truancy, the attempted suicides. I know Dr. Rice has spoken in the past about being in constant contact with the health department regarding COVID numbers and percentages. Has anyone ever asked the health department about what other problems they're seeing? What problems are they seeing with their children? I know a brief discussion with my children's pediatrician confirmed what I already thought to be true. Mental health cases have significantly increased in children over the past year. To quote Governor Northern, to prevent irreparable learning loss and psychological damages, I expect every school division in the Commonwealth to make in-person learning options available by March 15th, 2021, in accordance with the latest guidance. I beg you to heed the recommendation of our governor and allow these students an option to return to school. I ask that you trust Dr. Gordon and his staff and all of the work they have put in, that they will take every measure and precaution to keep Suffolk Public School students and faculty as safe as possible. Thank you for your consideration. Amanda Boswell.
Signature?
No, ma'am, just a concerned parent.
Okay. Now, I don't recall us taking letters from anonymous persons. I'll hear the letter. Board members, do you have any feelings or concerns with regard to that? Normally, we require that people sign the letter, but I will take my lead from you all. Mr. Riddick.
Madam Chairman, recommendation is, as always, that we stick to the policy.
Okay. Thank you. We do ask that people sign letters and tell us, is there a signature anywhere, an address? Do we know it's one of our parents, or that it is even a parent, just says concerned parent? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay.
We're going to move on to the next topic. Reports by the superintendent. Dr. Gordon, good news reports.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This time I'm going to introduce our Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Antoinette Ward, to give the good news report for the month of February. Ms. Ward?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, of course, members of the board, and those viewing the meeting with us tonight. To begin our good news report, John, may we put those slides up on the screen, please? All right, thank you. So for our SPS alumni, where are they now highlights, we will recognize Mrs. Jasmine Griffith, or some of you may know her as Mrs. Jasmine Lowry. Jasmine is the founder and administrator of the Nansemond River Graduate Network. The Graduate Network is based online. However, unlike a typical Facebook group, the network does provide resources and information on COVID-19 relief efforts, graduate guest speakers, graduate spotlights, fundraisers, job fairs, and career connections. Outside of making sure the Graduate Network operates smoothly, Jasmine also manages the day-to-day operations of her wedding and floral design company, Agape Love Events LLC. So she's the actual owner of the company. Jasmine's passion is coaching and educating women who have an interest in starting their own business. So we definitely want to say congratulations to Jasmine, and we are excited to have that alumni network started up there. And as you can see, our alumni continue to do great things in and outside of our Suffolk community. And there's a picture of Jasmine and her husband and her 3 children. Thank you, John. All right, next we want to recognize one of our own SPS supervisors, Mrs. Angela Sproul. Many of you may be familiar with Angela from her community event, Nourishing Our Neighbors. The event was designed to introduce new meal options to our SPS families while giving the opportunity to eat fresh and healthy during the pandemic. With the help of our community engagement department, Angela was presented with the News Channel 3 People Taking Action Award. John, can you go ahead and play that clip there for me? I just want to share a snippet for those who may not have seen the interview yet.
Stream of families in need. But first,
our Heavenly Father, we come to you in prayer to thank you so much for this day. We thank you for the volunteers that are out here.
And they once again really turned out at Suffolk's Booker T. Washington Elementary to take action. Why did you want to be out here?
It's fun and I like giving back. It makes me feel good.
Students, teachers, and other employees from the Suffolk Public School System helping to hand out fresh produce and prepackaged meals to folks who in some cases are facing real challenges putting food on the table. Some of them are likely families of students.
It's definitely heartbreaking, but then it's heartwarming because they know that the community is here for them. And they know as a teacher, they know that the teachers are here, we're rooting them on, we're here for the families.
This is all a part of the Nourishing Our Neighbors program. It's an effort that's a partnership with the Food Bank of Southeastern Virginia, a special program in higher demand due to the economic ripple effect from COVID-19.
Families have been impacted really now more than ever because of the pandemic. We want to make sure that those children and families have the healthy, nutritious food they need to be able to thrive.
The backbone behind this effort is Angela Sproul, who is quick to say,
nothing but teamwork. Teamwork, relationships.
She's the school system's supervisor of nutritional services and coordinates this food giveaway, the 4th one so far. She's in charge of staffing, making sure they're following CDC guidelines, traffic flow. But it's not work for her.
What I love about what I do every day is that we're able to feed the kids, making sure the kids are getting all the nutrients that they need so they can be successful in school.
How does it make you feel knowing you're helping with that?
It just makes my heart so full. I just love this. I love what I do.
Well, for those reasons, Angela. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
A People Taking Action Award for you.
Thank you so much.
News 3 has a community partner, Southern Bank. Southern Bank wants to give you a $300 Visa gift card.
Oh my God. Thanks. Thank you. Don't make me cry on TV. Thank you so much.
So passionate about.
All right, thank you so much for sharing that clip, John. And of course, as you can see, we had some of our teachers. We had Felicia Ingram, a teacher from Lakeland High School, as well as some of her LHS student volunteers. The student that you heard giving the interview was Miss Renisha Vinson. And so we had a lot of great people to show up. So Angela, of course, we thank you for all that you do, and congratulations again. And the next Nourishing Our Neighbors event will be held on Thursday, February 25th. So definitely be on the lookout for announcements to come. All right, the Fleet Reserve Annual Essay Competition aims to promote the spirit of Americanism and patriotism in our country's youth. And we extend another congratulations to a group of students from Lakeland High School who are essay competition winners. John, next slide, please. Congratulations to juniors Brooke Howe and Alexa Snyder for placing first and third in the 11th grade division. And the theme for the essay competition this year was What My Vote Will Mean to Me. So we definitely have some students that we are proud of. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, World Read Aloud Day. You may have seen some of our staff participate by reading some of your favorite books and stories. So the first Wednesday of every February, Lit World asks for millions worldwide to celebrate the power of reading around the world with World Read Aloud Day. And on February 3rd, Suffolk Public Schools joined in that conversation. Several of our teachers and administrators recorded themselves reading some of your favorite children's stories for all grade levels. And of course, the thank you goes out to our Community Engagement Department Digital Media Specialist, Charles Brabble, for recording Karen Childs. Karen is the granddaughter of Florence Bowser. She recorded a bedtime story for our Suffolk Public Schools students. Karen is the author of Where Eagles Soar, which is the story of Florence Bowser Elementary School. So if you haven't done so already, definitely check out the video. It's on our SPS Facebook page, as well as our SPS website and YouTube channel. And you can actually purchase the book yourself from Amazon. So I would suggest to go ahead and do that because it's a very good story to share, especially for students who are currently attending or have attended Florence Bowser. Okay, and as we heard earlier, this is School Board Appreciation Month. John, next slide. We, of course, thank you, board members, for all that you do. We know that it isn't always easy to provide guidance to our school community in making some of the decisions that you have. However, we do know that you have our best interests at heart and the best interest of every child enrolled in Suffolk Public Schools. Sit tight, we do have a special presentation for you this evening from our Community Engagement Department Digital Media Specialist, again, Charles Brabble, and we like to share a few tokens of our appreciation. Okay. Tonight, we have 9 outstanding teachers that we would like to recognize for our January our January Teacher Spotlight. So we'll start with Latoya Alberton from Forest Glen Middle School and Lakeland High School. A parent is quoted saying the following: "She has been amazing with my middle school child who has special needs. Ms. Alberton is so kind and knowledgeable. She's an amazing teacher who cares for her students and makes them excited to learn music." We have Karen Bueshi from Hill Point Elementary. She's recognized for building important relationships with her students and understanding that students' well-being must be considered before moving into instruction. Rebecca Bradley from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle for creating an atmosphere of community, comfort, and acceptance. She has a way of spreading her enthusiasm and energy to her students with fun and engaging math lessons. Mrs. Bradley also serves as the wellness coach for Colonel Fred Cherry Middle and provides motivational strategies to help her coworkers reach their wellness goals. William Holwig from CCAP, that's the College and Career Academy at Pruden, for engaging his students with the necessary problem-solving skills needed for the fast-growing field of cybersecurity. Mr. Holwig also participates in leadership and advisory committees and assists in curriculum development for the CTE department. We have Christina Halvin from Kings Fork High School for constantly adjusting her activities to engage her students and increasing the rate of student participation in her class. Renita Ruffin from Kingsfork Middle School for always doing what is best for her kids and building a positive classroom community. Mrs. Ruffin actively participates on history development committees and serves as an instructional leader on her school's world geography team. We have Tanya Stab from McBain Junior Elementary for being passionate about teaching students at their level to ensure growth and engaging her students in special education in numerous hands-on learning opportunities. Last but not least, we have Mr. Joel Tice for being an excellent resource team member. Mr. Tice is a member of the Health and PE lesson writing team for 2020-2021, and he's taken the lead in managing Canvas for the Health and PE department. So of course, it's always good to share the good news that's going on here in Suffolk Public Schools, and this concludes the good news report for this evening. Thank you.
All right. Come on, mute. Thank you, Ms. Ward, so much. As we continue on with reports by the superintendent, as Ms. Ward said, the month of February is School Board Appreciation Month. We have some nice gifts that we want to be able to give to our school board members. Ms. Gardner and Ms. Hicks have put together some nice goodie bags for them that include some new SPS swag, so a nice Suffolk Public Schools customized notebook, a Suffolk Public Schools mug, and some other items that are in there. And I also believe, and Ms. Gardner can correct me if I'm wrong, I also believe we have a video showing some of the great outstanding work of our school board. So we're going to pause for a moment to allow both Ms. Gardner and Ms. Hicks an opportunity to give our school board members their school board appreciation bags. We think it's really important that the entire school community understands and recognizes all of the hard work that our school board has put into not only the meeting, but in assisting me in providing a vision for the school division. On behalf of all 2,300 of our employees, 2,600 if we include our substitutes, we would like to wish all of our school board members a happy School Board Appreciation Month.
As citizen leaders, school board members face complex and demanding challenges, yet few people fully understand the scope and far-reaching implications of board member responsibilities. Their job is to establish a vision for the education program, design a structure to achieve that vision, ensure schools are accountable to the community, and strongly advocate continuous improvement in student learning. This entails an endless string of meetings and school functions, reading and studying reams of reports, agendas, proposals, and making an endless amount of difficult decisions. There wear many hats in the professional world, but as school board members, they collectively get down to the business of leading their school division. Their role as a member of the school board is to consistently advance high academic achievement, and in this case, building the best SPS. Board members contribute hundreds of hours each year learning, leading, and guiding. Whether it's crafting policies, hiring top-notch administrators, listening to staff and student concerns, or recognizing outstanding programs. They work hard at seminars and training sessions to keep abreast of the latest trends in educational leadership, and they are deeply involved in community activities, spending many hours in the schools and at extracurricular events. For this, we are grateful, and we want to recognize the school board members of Suffolk Public Schools. Thank you for your hard work, support, and for all that you do. Happy School Board Appreciation Month.
Thank you so much to Mr. Yes, definitely. We will make sure we share that video with you all tomorrow. It also will go live on all of our social media platforms tomorrow. Special thank you to Mr. Charles Brabble and Ms. Tasha Gardner for helping to put that video together just to show our overall appreciation of the school board. As we move on next into our agenda, as you all saw in that school board video, that was one of the last instances that we actually had Mr. David Mitnick as a part of our school board. As we all know, Mr. Mitnick resigned from his position on January 14th to be effective the next day, January 15th. And we actually have got a commemorative plaque for Mr. Mitnick. And I'm not sure if Mr. Littlefield has Mr. Mitnick is coming in, but we have a commemorative plaque that you see right there for Mr. Mitnick. I actually have it here with me as well. I'd like to take the time to read it to the board and to our school community. Suffolk Public Schools presented to David P. Mitnick with heartfelt appreciation for your loyalty, leadership, and dedicated service for the past 6 years as a Suffolk City Public Schools board member. We wanted to commemorate his last official board meeting, which is the reason why you see that January 14th, 2021 date on the plaque itself. So I'm not sure, is Mr. Mitnick available with us tonight? He will not be? Okay. Dr. Buck, is there anything that you'd like to say about that?
Yes, indeed. First of all, I want to say thank you for your service, David, since we are on live and talking about you right now. Thank you for the service, the work that you did just over the years of volunteering in schools, of going around, the caring about the children and the caring about the schools and the staff. We just appreciate you and what you did and your contribution to your community. And we miss your service. We really do, because you were dedicated to what you did and working with us as a team with the Suffolk Public Schools. So we just thank you for your contribution to our schools and to our school system. We talked to you before you left, and we're glad that we got a chance to talk to you about your service and what you did for us. And so we're just grateful for that. And it's a beautiful, beautiful plaque. Now, does he have it? He has it there with him? Or we have it here, so we're going to bring it.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to deliver it to him. Ms. Gardner's going to take it to him tomorrow. She had a conversation with Mr. Mitnick this week, so we'll definitely make sure we get it in his hands.
Great, great. So he's going to get a chance to have it. That's wonderful. So you'll love it when you see it, David. I hope you get to see this. Are there any other board members who'd like to make comments? Thank you. Some of us made comments at other times, so when you were here. So thank you. May I add, you didn't ask me for this, but I do want to say thank you for the wonderful gifts that are in our goodie bag for the rest of us. Thank you for what you have done for us. And I love the videotape. I'm looking forward to looking at it online. So I want to thank you. If there are other board members who'd like to speak to that. Are there any board members who'd like to make a comment? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bravo. That was an excellent video, and I thank Ms. Gardner and Ms. Hicks for all they do for Suffolk Public Schools.
Other board members? Okay. We are going to move right along.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we will call as our next speaker for Your Voice is Powers, our supervisor of fine and performing arts, Dr. Jolene Neighbors, to give us a little overview of YVIP. Dr. Neighbors?
Well, good evening, Suffolk City School Board Chair, Dr. Brooks Buck, distinguished board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gordon. I'm Dr. Jolene Neighbors. I'm the Fine Arts Facilitator for Suffolk Public Schools, and I have been thrilled to bring to our Nansemond River students a pilot program called Your Voice is Power. It was brought to us to teach at Nansemond River. Both myself and the computer science teacher, Mr. Stephen Nowak, taught it to his class, and we were completely immersed in this experience as educators to begin with, as we were trained in computer coding with Python-based DAW, which is the Digital Audio Workstation. We also received specialized equity and social justice training through K. Allen Consulting, as well as training through Georgia Tech with their music engineering program. And of course, the wonderful Yellow organization, which believes in education for all students and to meet them where they are. Next slide. So you can see, and you can go back on your presentation that you have, that where the yellow organization is based on 5 principles, which I have to tell you has been completely revolutionary for me as an educator and as a fine arts administrator to work with. Next slide. Next. So part of this program, when people have asked me what was I doing, of course I couldn't tell them for a little while, but then I tried to explain, well, we've been teaching social justice through the lens of learning music technology while remixing the entrepreneur song to teach business and entrepreneurship to our students. So it's an unusual opportunity to bring all these different elements together and really show how the art connects everything. Next slide. So what did our students actually learn? They actually learned how music, computer science, entrepreneurship, and are all pathways to equity. This has been an unbelievable opportunity for myself, for Mr. Nowak, and for our students, with learning how we can take these things and then put them together so that our students have a new lens, a new playing field, and a new way to actually go out and make a difference in the world. Next. So at the end of all of this, our students actually code and compete, remixing the song Entrepreneur by Pharrell and Jay-Z. They were given exclusive access early on to the stems, or the pieces of the music files, for them to use with their remix. Absolutely fantastic opportunity. And our students actually are competing in the international competition. And I've actually started teaching it to all my music classes. So we're going to have a number of entries into this competition from Suffolk Public Schools. Next. So this is just some examples of what they learned. And yes, an arts teacher can learn how to program and code computer science, which we have done at length over the last few months. If you told me I was going to be doing this a year ago, I would have been very surprised. Next. So one of the things we learned within this, and my students really got this because of the way music is layered, was the layers of injustice and how we can actually set our own tempo with our lives, and how we can approach the world for change, and what we can actually do with this. We were able to have some fantastic conversations because of the lens of social justice that was taught to Mr. Nowak and myself through K. Allen Consulting, to where these young men and women, and I keep speaking about my class of young ladies that are in the women's choir, just unbelievable what they have been able to do, and to be able to have uncomfortable conversations in a comfortable environment. Next slide. They also taught from Dr. Jocelyn Wilson the Outcast Imagination lyric analysis, which actually is taught through Georgia Tech as well. This is a fantastic way of teaching music analysis that, you can teach an old dog new tricks when it comes to music as well. We've been able to analyze lyrics in a completely new fashion by looking at it through her lens. Next. And just a few results from Suffolk. I actually got the opportunity to work with the Yellow organization as being a featured educator because of the work with the arts. And I was extremely thrilled to be able to bring this program to a class of women, and the majority of which are minorities. So it was an unusual opportunity for all of them. And I even have a couple of little entrepreneurs within my own class that have their own jewelry and makeup businesses. So they were really interested from the Yellow organization of how these students were applying it to their personal lives. And these are all clips. I don't know if we have time tonight to hear them, but go ahead. If we could play Kyle's from the computer science class. You can hear just a little bit of it. Oh no. What about one of the other clips? Oh, okay. Well, I'll make sure you all have copies of those. So if we can go to the next slide. So what did it culminate in? Well, my students, and actually I should say, I got this phone call on a Monday that Pharrell Williams was interested in meeting my class. and that they wanted to actually shoot some footage for the promo for Your Voice is Power and for the international campaign. So over the course of about 36 hours, I had to contact parents and students and say, I need you to sign media releases, but I can't tell you what it's for. So just show up at this time and, look your best. So this is part of what it culminated in, if you'll please play.
What's Pharrell?
So good to see you guys. How's everybody doing?
Oh, I'm a little starstruck, okay? I don't even know what to say. I think this program has really opened my eyes a lot. And it just created an outlet.
Code writing is creativity. You guys are all artists, just so you know. Your focus needs to be creating a difference. And that's what entrepreneur is about.
It was a really cool experience.
You're doing any kind of coding, you are creating, you are co-creating. That's how you create your own choice. Thank you to all of you bright, brilliant minds for participating in this ear sketch thing with Amazon. I hope y'all know y'all gonna change it for the better. This is really cool that you're learning coding. 'Cause you never know.
So what you just got to hear were your Suffolk Public School students. I can't begin to tell you how proud I am of these young women. They stepped up to the plate and definitely showed that they have a skill and a skill set and a mindset to make a difference in the world. And as we have been continuing with this, because this has been a wonderful way to continue education through this virtual platform, we've been able to explore more with music technology and to really work with all of this. And now I'm actually teaching it to all of my music classes. And one of the things that I've shared with several people is that some students that haven't been previously engaging as I wish they would are now engaging. And I'm finding that technology is really what levels the playing field for students. They really can find this equity of learning music through this platform that's been given to us to learn. And so it's been an absolutely amazing experience for me and for my students. And I know that this is going to continue on for who knows how long within Suffolk Public Schools. So I'm really thrilled that I got to do this, and my students are just amazing young women.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Neighbors. And I know you can really see the expressions on our students' faces. They were so excited to meet Pharrell. We have some big plans for our fine and performing arts coming up in the very near future, production especially, and you can see STEM in action, you can see coding in action with that. We're always excited when we have the opportunity to bring new programs to the school division to support our students. And as I transition to our next agenda item, I'd like to ask Dr. Chelsea Culp, our Supervisor of Professional Learning, to come to the screen. If the board remembers, a few months ago, we announced to you all our partnership with the University of Virginia, as we wanted to make sure there was going to be a strong emphasis on developing leaders at the administrative level with Suffolk Public Schools. Having a number 6 ranked educational program in the entire country to be a partner with the school division is outstanding. I would turn over to Dr. Culp to give you all some insight into the new members of Cohort 1 for our admin and supervision program. Dr. Culp.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair Brooks Buck, Vice Chair Byram, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. I'm excited to share some additional information with you this evening regarding our UVA cohort. Next slide, please. So most importantly, we wanted to give you a chance to see the cohort members. We're so proud of them. The first slide includes our elementary participants. You can see that we have teachers and educators from across all of our elementary schools. What's pretty exciting is that you'll see in elementary and secondary, we have teachers ranging from core content areas, special education, school counselors. We really have a great representation, and we're thrilled to have them. So again, this is elementary, and on the next slide, you will see our secondary representatives. So I'll give you a second to read through their names. And again, with our sincere congratulations for being accepted into this incredible program. Next slide, please. So very briefly, wanted to just share a couple additional details about the program with you all. Classes are now underway. UVA had a brief pause on starting their spring semester due to COVID and putting some new procedures in place. So our students are off to the races at their program at UVA. A reminder for you that it's a 2-year intensive master's program for them. They have 2 courses per semester. So they are currently doing their regular workloads for Suffolk Public Schools and completing 2 courses through the UVA program. It's a combination of evening online events, and one of the things we're the most excited about is we work from Suffolk Public School leaders in conjunction with UVA professors. So there are actually several participants, including Dr. Branch and Dr. Lawson Davenport and Dr. Gordon, who will be teaching in conjunction with the UVA professors. So we're excited to bring that perspective to our staff as well. And again, you'll see they'll continue to have mentoring by local school leaders and intensive, authentic field-based experiences. So we wanted to provide you with an overview of the courses. As you've heard previously, one of the things that is the most exciting is that their coursework, while it's preparing them for futures and whatever leadership roles they may be interested in, is actually going to be incredibly beneficial to Suffolk Public Schools in the meantime. So the very first course that they take that's now underway is Family and Community Engagement. So we're really thrilled that our teachers and counselors and other educators are going to get the chance to really bring some of these skills back to help strengthen the great work that's already going on in Suffolk Public Schools. You can see, I'll let you take a moment to read through some of the additional courses. Again, they have some great field-based opportunities, including administrative internships, a residency program that's typically held at UVA. We'll see what that program looks like this year in light of COVID and everything going on with that. But again, some great opportunities. We'll give you a moment to read through that. All right, next, please. So lastly, just to recap, again, Dr. Brown had shared this information with you previously, but we're thrilled to continue to build the pipeline of leaders here in Suffolk Public Schools. We think this is going to be a great program for us. Dr. Brown had shared some really interesting statistics about the current age of most of our building administrators. And so we're really excited to bring some fresh new perspective from those who are already working for us here in Suffolk Public Schools. We felt that the UVA program was really aligned with the work that we're trying to do in Suffolk Public Schools. And we're also really thrilled that there are some great tuition discounts available. UVA actually offers a 5% tuition discount for all K through 12 educators. And we were able to provide an additional 10% discount because of having a group of 21 in the cohort. So again, we wanted to congratulate our UVA participants and share this work with you. And we're thrilled to see where they go and all the great work that they bring to Suffolk Public Schools. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Culp, and we're really excited about that opportunity for our 21 members of Cohort 1 for Admin and Supervision. The community engagement course is something that we're so excited about that's already started. I'm actually going to be guest speaking with that course. I've taught that course in the past. I've also taught leadership for Ed Tech for UVA, and this, as Dr. Culp mentioned, will definitely help us out for our pipeline of administrators for the future. The last event that we have on here under reports from the superintendent relates to the calendar of special events. This is also African American History Month, where you all have seen outstanding activities that have been planned at all of our schools. Also division-wide, we've had HBCU week before, African Garb. Next Wednesday is for all of our fraternities and sororities and Greek organizations. It's also National Career and Technical Studies Month. As we already mentioned, it's School Board Appreciation Month. This is just a reminder to our school community. The Parent-Teacher Conference is tomorrow, February 12th. Monday, as a reminder, is President's Holiday, February 15th. No school for students and staff. It's also School Board Clerk Appreciation Week. Next week, February 15th to the 19th. That was one of the items that has been added to the agenda for tonight. And the board will vote on tonight, but we did list it here to potentially hear the superintendent's proposed budget on February 25th. Next month is VSBA Equity and Education Month for the month of March. It's also Music in Our Schools Month, which tied very, very well into Dr. Neighbors' presentation tonight. It's also Youth Art Month and Women's History Month. The official Read Across America's Day is March 2nd. National School Breakfast Week is March 4th through the 8th. And we're very excited to see what our Food and Nutrition Director, Dr. Lawrence Whiting, has planned. And our next school board meeting is March 11th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As we move right along on to the consent agenda, is there a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick? Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story? I'm sorry, didn't hear you. Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We're going to move on to new business. We don't have any unfinished business listed. And Mrs. Gardner, I don't know how we're going to do this so people can see it, but let's see. How can we do this so that they can see what we're about to do with Ms. Gardner?
She can come to one of your computers.
Okay, Ms. Gardner, you want to come over here? Hopefully people can hear us and see us because you didn't know you were going to get this. Okay. Okay. We have something for you. You have definitely, we decided that we wanted to do something nice for you. And you have definitely raised the bar with this job. So this says Tasha Gardner, School Board Clerk, 2021 school year. Thank you for raising the bar. You have done an exceptional job as a school board clerk. And this comes from all of us to say thank you so much.
Oh my goodness, thank you all. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
Ms. Hicks, I know one of you has to take notes. So, Ms. Hicks, would you take this back? Oh, we don't want to just come back, Ms. Gardner. We don't want to disregard anybody. So, Ms. Hicks, we thank you for assisting her in what you do. Would you give that to Ms. Hicks as well? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now we're going to move right along. We have first on the agenda a request for a change in the school board meeting date for April 2021. I think when we had a meeting, we gave the wrong date for one of the meetings. We gave a date for 2022 instead of 2021. So all we're doing really is correcting the date because the date for 2021 is a different date. And we wanted to make the board aware of the fact that it was a different date. Okay, so this is what this is about, and it's an action item because it is actually a change on the calendar. Do we have any questions or concerns? We did.
I make a motion that we approve April 15th, 2021 as the change day.
Is there? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the change date. It was an error, and it's been moved and seconded.
I'm sorry, who was the second by?
Mrs. Jenkins. Mrs. Jenkins.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you so much. The next thing we have is an update of our dashboard. We all received a letter from the governor with a strong suggestion that we all open schools on March 15th. I think in talking to many of you and talking to all of us, we have for the past year now followed the advice, followed the science, listened to the news, looked at the COVID statistics, and tried to use our most rational and reasonable basis for what we decided to do with regard to how we would deliver, with regards to how we would deliver instruction. We continue to do so. We have recommendations, of course, if we are able to open schools, and we're going to listen to this report Dr. Rice is prepared to present to us, and then we're going to have some discussion afterwards. So Dr. Rice, if you would move forward, we would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and board members. Thank you again for this opportunity to share this update and to provide some actual new information for you all to consider as we move forward with some plans to reopen schools for our students. So the first thing that the new guidelines tell us, and by the way, these new guidelines came out to us the day of the last school board meeting, January 14th. And so now that we have looked through them, this is what I'm preparing to share with you tonight. So the guidelines, by the way, were from the VDOE and the VDH, Department of Health. And they asked us to stick to what we were given by the CDC, which of course is what we have done all along. Since back in July, this is what we started working with. The first thing you see there in purple is looking at mitigation strategies. We put together a very robust health plan back in July that outlined exactly what we were going to do to keep mitigation as low as possible, or transmission as low as possible. So we worked on masking and making sure people were wearing masks at all times and wearing them properly. We worked on physical distancing, and we marked buildings throughout so that people knew how far apart they were. This was in hallways, this is in classrooms, this is on buses. We're also working on signage and have it marked all over the buildings as far as reminders to wash your hands frequently throughout the day. And we have installed hand sanitizing stations in the schools. We also have cleaning and disinfecting procedures that are ongoing throughout the day that occur also when the buildings are closed. And then finally, we also have a very good contact tracing system that we have in place that goes through our school nurses and our human resources department for staff and students. And again, this is in conjunction with the health department. The next item you see in the middle of the arrow here is they asked us to look at cases, right? The number of cases per 100,000 and/or, which we did the and, percentage of positivity for PCR tests. So we look at both of these on a weekly basis, and then I present them to you every month, and I show them in a chart so that you can see what has it been doing over the last 14 days. So we've been doing both of those things faithfully since July. Now, what they want us to now do is use this information in combination with a couple other items to now look at, well, what is the potential of risk and transmission in schools? And so that's what I'm going to further tell you more about as we proceed here. John? So the guiding principles that they gave us in this new guidelines starts with these 6. So the first one is to support in-person learning. So as you well know, we've done this again since the beginning, and that was our Educate and Innovate plan. It included that very robust health mitigation strategies, as well as the instructional strategies, whether we were virtual, whether we were hybrid, or whether we're going fully back to school. Then they asked us to please prioritize learning. We did this. We got you all to get the special needs students in program classes back in the buildings. And so now we want to prioritize our elementary students. We want them to be the next to come on board, and then look at secondary. The next principle is to put education first. And what this is referencing is to make sure that we're focused on academics, the instructional piece, over extracurriculars. The fourth principle is the prevention, which I probably can't mention enough, which is all those mitigation strategies that we have in place, all of our safety plan. The next principle is probably also a very large one that I think is going to take, we need to take into consideration perhaps a little bit more. And I say we, but obviously I mean you all. But that's the community needs, right? So I know that you all are listening to folks in the community, as we just heard earlier tonight, on some of the hardships that this is causing. We know that there are some barriers to internet. We know that we have some childcare barriers. We also know that we have some social, emotional, and mental health issues that are arising from students being home for so long. And as you mentioned, Dr. Brooks-Buck, the March 15th deadline of the governor would pretty much put us at a year, and that would be a year without students in the buildings. And then the last guiding principle there is for school divisions to be very flexible and innovative. Once again, we've included that in our plan. We already have parameters to know when it's okay to bring students in, when we can do it as a hybrid model, and when we can pull back because of issues with transmission. Maybe we need to pull back into a full online model again. So these are the principles that we will be looking at. This is just a scaffolding or a cascading, I should say, of what we need to continue to do moving forward. So the first thing, again, is to self-assess where we are with mitigation strategies. We believe that we're doing an excellent job in this area because since the beginning of the pandemic, we have had 0 outbreaks in any of our schools or departments or buildings. Yes, we've had cases. Yes, we've communicated those cases, but all of those cases, it was determined that they were they came positive through things outside of our schools or buildings. The second thing we have there is the level of community transmission, which once again, we have been looking at the number of cases and the percentage positivity since July. The third item here is the level of impact, and that's what we're going to dig into just a little bit deeper. But this is basically looking at how is the community transmission impacting what we are doing in the schools. And if we are raising the level of mitigation and if we're following those mitigation strategies, it should be lowering that impact. The fourth item here, once again, is understanding the community needs, which I just outlined. And I think it's probably at a point now where we do need to really take a look at what is going on in our community and what those parents have been sharing with you all. And the fifth thing there is, again, to phase it in. We wouldn't send everybody back. So we would want to start with like the elementary coming back in a hybrid fashion, such as 2 days a week, and then bring on the secondary, if you will. So here is the chart that you're very familiar with. And February 8th, you can see there is the last bit of data we've added. So although it is still a sea of red, which means everything's still in the very high numbers, we are trending in the right direction. And so for what that's worth, it is good that we are starting to see a decrease in both numbers, both in the region and for the city. Next slide. So this also is a familiar slide to you, which is where this is our decision matrix, where we determine whether we stay fully online, whether we start moving into the hybrid, or whether we go fully back. As you remember very well, that all we've been focused on so far are those 2 metrics, the number of cases as well as the percent positivity. And so if indeed our target is to look in the middle there to get back to hybrid, that we need the case number to go down to 9 or less, and we need the percent positivity to be somewhere between 3 and 8%. To be quite honest, I'm not sure we could get where we see those numbers before the end of the school year, which would mean we may not get students back in school if, again, we just focus on those 2 indicators. And I think that's probably why this guidance came out for us to start expanding now that we know more about this disease. Next slide. So working again with the Western Tidewater Health Department, they have suggested another, or what we're calling a secondary indicator for studying transmission in our community. And we talked about hospitalization and the use of hospital beds and ICU, but they truly believe that the best thing that we should look at as a secondary indicator is the number of cases with school-age children. So if you look at this is for the entire Western Tidewater area. We weren't able to break this into just the city of Suffolk. But if you focus at the bottom here on the bar graphs, you'll notice on the left that you see the dark blue. That represents Western Tidewater, which again is the city of Suffolk, Franklin, Southampton, and Isle of Wight counties. On the right there is the lighter blue, which represents the state of Virginia. So you can notice that both of them have a very nice bell-shaped curve, if you will, even though the numbers are varying, that they still have that even distribution. The bars that I want you to focus on here are the first 2 bars. So the one on the far left there, you'll notice is 0 to 9. So that's ages 0 or birth to 9 years old. And then the next bar is ages 10 to 19. So once again, those two bars represent school-age children. The thing to point out, or for us to remember, is that because this represents Western Tidewater, we need to remember that in this area, this region, we've had private schools back in classes for some time now. Isle of Wight County Public Schools have actually had students in class in a hybrid format for some time now. So while those students are in schools in some format, this is still representative of those children that are in school as well. So I think that's important to note. And because this is the new indicator that we'll start looking at, we will be pulling this data every week, as well as the other pieces of data that we've been sharing all along. Next slide. Now, this one is very specific to the city of Suffolk. And this is given to us by the health department. We can't access this online like we did on the other. But this is basically a 7-day average of the positivity rates for 3 different groups here. The blue line represents our elementary age children, ages 4 to 10. The green line represents the secondary ages, 11 to 18. And then the yellow line represents all of them combined, which is basically what I've been sharing with you all along. But with the positivity rates here, you'll notice that they're kind of all over the place. But what I want you to look at in the bottom, when we started with February, in February is where you'll note that things started taking a downturn and the numbers were starting to go down. So right now, as of, I believe it's around February 4th or 5th, somewhere along in there, you could see that the high school age children, that number was down, that positivity rate was around 15%, and looks as if it's going to continue down below that line. The elementary age, we're flattening out around 12, but we're hoping that trend continues to go down. Now, I can tell you that the one variable we don't know is how many students were tested, or not students, I shouldn't say children, how many children were tested, but this is basically telling you the percentage of those that were positive of those who were tested. So again, this is something that we will be looking at weekly with the other 2 numbers. Next slide. So this is really probably the meat of it all, quite honestly. Again, from that new guidance, the community transmission that they point out in the upper left-hand corner is, again, looking at case incidents, which we've done, looking at test positivity rates, which we have done, and now adding a secondary disease indicator, which we're now going to call the school age population indicator. So those are going to be the indicators that we're looking at. The colorful bars around the top area there are representative of the colors that I just shared with you on the charts and have been sharing. Of course, we know that we haven't ever seen green in that chart, but there's also yellow in that green because that's now the moderate range. Orange, which is high, and the red, which is the highest, is what we're probably going to focus on here. But when your numbers are high, like we have right now, that will be the column that we're going to look at. On the left-hand side, those gray bars, those are representative of the level of impact in your schools. So we're believing right now, because we haven't had any outbreaks, that our mitigation is at a high level, that we're doing the right things. And if we can keep that mitigation where it is now, and you run across that row all the way to the corner where the matrix meets the high and the low or best mitigation in the top right corner, it tells you that priority learners should be in person, like our special needs students have been, but to add groups as capacity allows. And so what we want to do as part of our mitigation strategies is allow students to come in a hybrid type format where we can get them in hopefully 2 days a week so we can physically space them out on buses and in the classrooms and in the hallways, et cetera. And then follow all the other mitigation strategies that we've outlined earlier. And if you go down that gray side again and it gets to a high impact, that means that we start seeing some outbreaks in our schools, or we start seeing a drastic increase in the number of cases in our schools. And so this means that we have to make an adjustment. And that I'm going to call the pink box, if you will, in the far right corner. Again, if our numbers remain high, like they are right now, that we make a shift. So maybe temporarily we need to move from the hybrid back into some sort of virtual learning again for that particular building. however we want to do with that. That would be up to us at that point. And again, this is all in conjunction with our conversations with the Western Tidewater Health Department, who have been guiding us all along the way with these decisions that we've come up with. And so with that being said, and knowing that you all received the letter from Governor Northam with his recommendation to get children back in the buildings by March 15th, if you all were to make some sort of decision, this would give us right now about that 3 to 4 week window, which we had asked you about last month, that it's going to take for us as administrators to adequately prepare to get the students back into our schools so we can do the bus routes, revamp the schedules, and make sure we have staffing available, et cetera. So with that being said, I'll finish here and see if there are any questions that I can answer.
Board members, are there any questions from board members? Any questions from board members? Mr. Riddick?
Okay. My question derives from the point on the slide when you reference Isle of Wight and Franklin as a part of our measuring tool as far as divisions who have been in person and learning and hadn't had any cases. Are you all considering the size population of those school systems versus the city of Suffolk? I know we referenced Nesmith Suffolk Academy, which have roughly about 800 students between all of their locations, and Franklin having 1,119, and Isle of Wight only having 5,474 students versus Suffolk Public Schools having 14,359 students. So are you considering that? And this is a compound question. Are there any school divisions pertaining to our size of our division who is doing in-person learning? If so, what are their experiences?
Yes, sir. I'll take the first question you asked about the size of those divisions. And to be quite frank, the divisions aren't in one building, right? So all 14,001 our students are not in one building. They are broken out. So the size of the schools in those places that I just named are comparable to the size of schools that we have by student body there. So it's not encompassing the entire school division comparison. It's the size of a school. And then the second question that you asked about schools that are our size, quite honestly, our neighbors to the east, Chesapeake and Virginia Beach, both have their children in schools. As a matter of fact, Chesapeake, I believe, is 5 days a week. Now, we're not ready to do that by any means, but what we're suggesting is that we believe with our mitigation strategies and trying to take into account the community needs that we're hearing, that we believe we can keep it safe with a low impact in our buildings by bringing the students in smaller numbers 2 days a week, where the other 3 days a week they are online. We believe we can mitigate the transmission in schools.
Okay. I got my second question. My second question is another complex question. Have you considered that all of our schools have had exposures, with the exceptions of CCAP. And the reason that it has not spread is because our students are not here. A large population of our students are not here. What type of impact, and I really wish that the governor would have considered this in his request, what type of impact are you all projecting with emails being received every day about a exposure and non-contact, and we sending our students back into school, and the trend is looking the way it's looking now? What are you all expecting to happen?
So certainly that would be a guess on what we expect to happen. I mean, we're not going to say that cases are going to go away, but what we can say is through all the contact tracing of all of those cases that you are aware of, none of them derived from within our schools. They all were from the outside. And so we can certainly say that there have been no outbreaks. Now, to say there won't be, I certainly can't make any kind of guesstimate on what happens with that. But again, we're going to focus on those mitigation strategies. And this again, and I believe you all received a letter from Dr. James, who was the interim director at the Western Tidewater Health Department. They have reviewed our health plan. They, again, with the conversations that we've had, we're asking for their advice. I mean, as we've alluded to numerous times, we want their advice because this educating children is our expertise. The medical side is their expertise. And so we want to know what their suggestions are. Are they recommending? Or if we want to propose something, how do they feel with our proposals? And so far, they've solidly been behind us, whether it was Dr. Wagner prior to Dr. James and now Dr. James herself.
Ms. Jenkins.
Thank you. I just have two questions, just for clarity. What constitutes an outbreak?
2 or more cases that can be related to each other in a location.
Okay, so follow up. So if a person, if we get a email saying that this particular school, there's a case, and the person was in the school, just because it was one person, that means it's not an outbreak. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. What the outbreak is contributing to the fact that it was spread in the school because of this person.
Right. Because I just don't want people to think that there has not been any cases in the schools. And believe me, we all want the kids to go back to school. So I don't want anyone to say that we don't. But I just want to be clear that because you said we had 0 outbreaks does not mean there has not been cases. And like board member Riddick said, in every school, probably except for where we're sitting at right now. So I just want to make that clear.
Yes, ma'am. And I don't want anybody to believe that's what I was trying to say. You are absolutely correct. And we post that every day on our website that is updated. Maybe it's weekly, I think. But anyway, it is updated. We're being fully transparent about that. And we also send a letter home to the entire school community, wherever that happens. So we've been very transparent about cases and whether there's been exposure or no exposure. But again, the good news is that we haven't had any outbreaks.
Right. Do you have a number tonight of the cases since December? How many cases we've had since December?
Student or staff or both?
Both.
I don't have that readily available, but I could probably get that for you very quickly.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Listen.
Questions? Other questions? You have a question, Ms. Story?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Rice. I appreciate the new update, and I appreciate that we got this new letter from the health department. And I think that this letter that we got is very positive about what we have in place. And so I appreciate all the work that the staff has done to be able to get such a good report from him. And this is someone new, right, taking over. So that's a really good thing. I feel I have to speak for parents, and especially special ed students. They want their students back in school. Even if there is a risk, they feel that that is their choice to assume the risk, and they want to take the risk. And for many of them, the risk is lower for getting the disease than the risk that their children are going through with mental health disease. And the fact that we're not allowing them to make that choice, I don't think is our choice to make. I think the parents, we have to provide a good education. We're supposed to provide the education, and there are many students who are not getting the best education they could right now. We've got students that have a really hard time with the internet, but there's a lot of students now that are just logging off, or they're just not coming anymore. I mean, I think that I haven't seen any data. I only get individual data from teachers. I wish we had some data to look at that was entire district wide. But I think there's some real issues with kids just checking out. They're over it. they want to be in school. They're social creatures. They need to be in school. And if parents are willing to risk this, what they see in terms of now our mitigation strategies and where the data is, I feel that we have to provide for that. That is our job as a public school system, is to give parents the choice of having their kids back in. In terms of schools in the area, you did mention Isle of Wight and Chesapeake, but we seem to have a good plan, and students are, there are school systems all over the United States that are back. I mean, Dade County in Miami, Florida is something like the 3rd largest school district in the United States, and they're back in school and they've been in school. We can do it. I believe we can. I hope we can. I'm really concerned about our numbers. I'm concerned that we don't have data that says how many of our classrooms, are not now full staffed by fully licensed, educators. I think that's a problem. I think we know from looking at the employment, there's a lot of problems with, or there's just it's not it's a problem. We are lacking staff to clean. I mean, the last time I checked, there were 16 openings. If you think 3 per school, that's a lot of schools worth. And I think to make this happen, we could look at supplementing some of ours with hiring some cleaning, a business to come in and help us during this time period until we can become fully staffed again. We just need to
interrupt you, but we need to move forward. This is the health matrix report, and I think we're moving away from the topic. Do you have a question regarding the health matrix statistics, and then we can talk about some other issues that might be concerning, because we do have some questions about the health matrix report.
I think the health matrix report has to do with
the cleaning staff and the parents.
Students back. I don't know. Do we have any policy that says we have a limit on board members?
Robert's rules gives you 10 minutes on a topic, and we are governed by Robert's rules, and you have exceeded your 10-minute period, plus the fact that it's on a topic. And the topic, the question, Robert's rules order.
Did my 10 minutes? I didn't know I was being timed. Thank you.
At any rate, thank you. I appreciate it. We thank you. Dr. Rice. I have 2 questions. One is this. I'm looking at the school age population and the spread of the disease, but I also looked at the population of our employees, because the children don't go to school by themselves. And when I look at the population, our age of our employees from age 40 to 59, and the spread of the disease in our area, in the Western Tidewater area, it looks like the largest population is encapsulated in this group where the disease is spreading. So our staff and our teachers from age 40 to age 59 on the table that you've handed us, I see with children. That's one question. As we consider it, I'd like for us, when we look at that, to look at both reports, because the children don't go to school by themselves. When I hear it in the media, it's always an interesting thing. But the truth is they don't go to school alone. They go to school with staff. So there are 2 groups that we have to be concerned about. Have we paid attention to that part of it?
Yes, ma'am. I think that's where we've been giving you the data so far as an overall picture, like when we're showing that we are in the red. And there's no denying that the numbers for the cases per 100,000 and the percent positivity rates are in the very high range. I mean, we can't change that data. The Virginia Department of Health has decided what the color band ranges are, and that they are where they are. I think what we're trying to do is look at the community needs that are out there. And if I may say so, I did fail to mention earlier in my presentation that we also have a group in the community that do not. They are fearful of sending their children back and they want to stay online. And we are committed to honoring that. We are agreeing that we will allow these children to remain online for the remainder of the school year. So we're trying to handle the community needs of all of our community, those that want their children back and those that don't. So we truly believe, Dr. Brooks-Buck, that with our mitigation strategies, that we're going to keep this at a minimum in the schools.
And I see. And then the other question that I had is, when we were talking about the special needs students coming to school, I know that we have had situations where we've had the students who are in school, have some special needs students have had COVID. When we talk about the students coming back to school, and we talk about the fact that the disease is originating from the outside, whether we brought it in from the outside, the fact that it's in the school, even though we don't count the number in the mitigating strategy, the fact is the disease is in the school. So whether a child brought it from home and it came to school, it came to school. Now, while it doesn't count against us, it doesn't matter because the disease is in the school.
Okay.
So the numbers don't seem to reflect. I guess my concern I may be overly concerned, but it doesn't seem to make logical sense to me. I guess that while it doesn't count, it didn't spread in school. I don't know how we can make that determination since it's airborne, and I might get a report a day. For example, if I get a note one day to say we send home a no contact thing from and I'm just saying a school, I'm not saying that this is where it happened, that I get a no contact letter was sent home from Kings Fork in the morning, then I get a no contact saying that another letter was sent home in the afternoon, the same school. How do we know that, since there are not that many people in the building, that nobody came into contact with anybody? Do we have it down to a science where nobody passed each other, nobody used the same restroom, nobody used the same cafeteria thing, nobody passed each other? Or how do we know that is my question.
Yeah, and so what I will say is that, and again, in conversation with the health department, that when they come to work or to school and they are positive, right now we haven't seen an outbreak where they have passed it on to someone else. And the reason behind that is usually people that are getting COVID have not followed proper mitigation. For example, you're in a restaurant and you're sitting together without masks, and you may be with people not in your household, et cetera, et cetera. The goal of the school is that we're going to control the mitigation. And so that means if we're following masking at all times, and if we're following the hand washing and hand sanitation, and then we're keeping that physical distance of 6 feet or more, that we should be able to. Now, I'm not telling you that we're not going to have any cases. That I can't make that prediction.
Oh, sure.
Right. But I'm saying that the health department, meaning the Virginia Department of Health, is telling us that if you have shored up your mitigation strategies, and we've had the local health department look at our plan to see what do they think, that we should be able to have a very low impact on any transmission in our schools because of our mitigation.
I see. Thank you. And
Madam Chair.
There were two other things. If we go back to school, and this is just for board consideration at this time, if we go back to school, the plan would be, if we do look at the governor's plan, and I believe this is info and action, and it depends on what you as a board decide to do. If you feel that you're ready to act on this, I want to hear from the board. If you feel that you're not ready to act on this, it's your decision. For March 15th, pre-K to 5th grade would go back to school using our hybrid plan. We want to make clear, and Dr. Gordon, if you want to make a comment here, we want to make clear to parents that this is not everybody's going to school every day, 5 days a week, because the space is still the same. We cannot have students 6 feet apart in the space that they were 6 to 12 inches apart before. So parents need to understand that, and the public needs to understand that. And then, so the pre-K to 5 students would be March 15th. And the 6 to 12 students would be March 22nd. And this would be 2 days a week. This will be our hybrid plan that's been described, educate and innovate. Okay, that's what we're talking about. Okay. And special ed would be IEP determined. Okay. So, board members, do we have any conversation in that regard? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes. Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to make a comment to address the second part of your question. The good example you gave about the communication that I gave to the board regarding no exposure letter in the morning, no exposure letter in the afternoon, potentially at the same school. So as soon as Dr. Brown's office has been notified, or Dr. Rice's office has been notified of a positive case, one of the first things that we do is interview the people. And in interviewing the people, one of the main questions they always ask is, who were you around today? Who have you come into contact with? How long were you around them? You know, look at the 15-minute limit for that. Then, as you all have noticed, if there is any new information that has occurred, sometimes an updated email comes from me to the board. And a letter will then say that there's potentially an exposure. Now, Dr. Rice was very specific when we're looking at 2 cases that were related, because when 2 cases are related, it becomes a spreader and then events are multiplied. One of the main things that you all asked us to do in December was to list all of the cases that we have had in our schools, and you can kind of tally that up on our website. So I'm glad that Dr. Buck specifically mentioned that if the board does decide, or when the board does decide to send our students back, I want to be clear to our school community, it's not going to look like what you're used to. We're going to have several layers of space, mitigation strategies, procedures to go to the restroom, procedures for eating. These are all the things that we put in the finishing touches on that we've shared with the board in the past when we discussed this in July and August. But we have to make sure that our entire school community is aware we're not going back to normal. We still have to make sure that we put procedures in place. We have to follow our health plan that we submitted to the Western Tidewater Health District as well as the Virginia Department of Education. We have to follow that to a T. And part of the reason why Dr. Rice mentioned 3 weeks to a month is additional communication that we have with parents. Part of the reason why Dr. Buck gave those specific dates, because it allows us to be able to do our jobs, look at our transportation routes, to see if there's any other adjustments that need to be made since we did our survey information from earlier on this school year. So I just wanted to go on record and to be very clear with everyone that it's always been the goal of the school division to prepare for whenever the moment was that our students are going to be back in school. But there will be adjustments along the way. And part of that hybrid model also continues the virtual learning component that we're doing right now. So I just wanted to put that on record, Madam Chair, just for everyone that's listening and tuning in to us to be aware.
Dr. Gordon. Board members, you've heard the conversation. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Are you asking for a motion for the possible return to school? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes. This is a motion for the possible return to school on March 15th of pre-K to 5 students with IEP-driven determinations for special needs students, and then for our special needs students who are in school right now. And then for 6th through 12th grade students would return to school on the 22nd of March if we make this determination. We, of course, always look at our COVID statistics and whatever. It looks like we're trending down. It's our hope that we'll continue to trend down, but it is a board decision. And I'm looking for a motion from the board if it's something you feel that we are ready to do at this point in time. And believe me, I understand. Yes.
For staff, teachers that already have letters from doctors that saying that because of underlying health conditions, they cannot be in the midst of a lot of, in a crowd. How will that be handled?
So I'll go ahead and address that. So when that information was originally sent out, this was before we had our vaccines that were done. And we vaccinated 993 staff with dose 1. We have dose 2 coming up on February 22nd and 23rd. I also had a conversation today with Secretary Carney. He's going to be contacting the Western Tidewater Health District to potentially set up a second opportunity for those staff who missed the deadline. I also want to clear it up. Suffolk Public Schools did not run out of shots. I know that false narrative is out there. There was a deadline for registering for the dosage, both dosages, because the Western Tidewater Health District had to order them. So there will be a quick turnaround if we have this again for the second time. So to answer Ms. Jenkins' question specifically, we're gonna have to look at that on a case-by-case basis. We will be requesting medical information that basically stated that the person was gonna be at risk for not getting the dosage, which is the reason why they didn't get it. Other than that, we're gonna have to have conversations because it will be the expectation, unless there's a pre-existing medical condition that we have documentation from, unless we have updated information from a medical professional, there will be the expectation that our staff will need to be in the building because we will have kids there. But we're going to have to take a look at that based on what the medical professional says, the documentation that we have on file in the Human Resources Department.
Madam Chair. I'm unclear as to what are we really saying. Are we telling our staff that you have to take the vaccine? Or if you have an underlying health condition and you choose not to take the vaccine, I mean, that's why I'm kind of lost. Can we be a little more clear? Because I don't want a false narrative go out, but I want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly as well. So Dr. Gordon what are we really telling our staff?
Yes, Mr. Riddick. So you're exactly right. The vaccination was optional. Vaccination was optional. But remember when we first did our information, this was us setting up for our hybrid learning model before the vaccines were given. We would need information from the medical professional that states not only was it not a good idea for this person to be around students because of pre-existing medical conditions, but it also was not a good idea for this individual or employee to not take the vaccine. Those are going to be the conversations that we're going to be having with employees and staff in the Human Resources Department. For those staff members that do fall into both of those categories, at the elementary level, those are the ones that we're looking at for virtual instructors. At the secondary level, those are the ones that we're also going to look at for support in our hybrid learning plan. Again, I do want to make it clear, and I'm glad you asked that follow-up question, Mr. Riddick. We are going to have to take a look at each individual staff member on a case-by-case basis. But it has to make sure that it checks those boxes of either you got the vaccine and you didn't, you had a pre-existing medical condition or you do not, or potentially your pre-existing medical condition was the reason why you decided not to get the vaccine. It's really going to fall into those three categories.
My understanding, and of course, I have to get a legal opinion from you, and I rely on you for that. As I understand it, we cannot force someone to take an experimental vaccine because the vaccine is not approved by it's emergency approval, but I took it because I volunteered to take it, but I volunteered to take it knowing the risk. I cannot force an employee to take it or risk losing their employment. Is that correct?
That is correct. Keep in mind that the vaccine has been approved under emergency authorization use. The other thing is whether or not an employee took the vaccine, and this is something I'm in the process of looking into now, whether that is protected under HIPAA, whether the knowledge of whether they took a vaccine or did not take a vaccine, whether that's going to be protected information. And so I'm in the process of looking into that.
No, from specific professions that there are some shots, even though they've been approved, flu shots and those kind of things, you cannot make people take those things and threaten them with the loss of a job. So we don't want anybody to be under the impression that we're saying if you don't take it, you're going to lose your job, because that is not what we're putting out there. So thank you so much. We just wanted to make that clear. We're not saying that. Oh, okay. So is there a story?
I think it's still unclear. So if people just opt not to take it without they don't have anything that, it is just their option not to take it. They don't have a health reason. They don't have any. If they just opt not to take it, they can still come to the school and teach. Is that the case?
Definitely.
Okay. Do we feel that we're ready to make a motion, or do we want to wait on this? Or please share with me, this is the time, board members. Do we feel that we're ready to make a motion? Mrs. Storr.
I'll make a motion that we return to school as of March 15th with special ed and with our younger children, and then looking to return secondary 6 through 12 by March 22nd.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Okay. Board members, are you ready to vote?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
For discussion before
Yes,
we vote?
there is discussion before we vote.
Have anyone taken into account that you're asking let me rephrase. What will be our strategy for those who teach kindergarten? Children that sleep with masks.
The mitigation strategies include mask wearing. They are required. The law requires them. We require mask wearing. That, Dr. Gordon, mitigation strategies do require masks. They're like, at this point in time, they're like socks and shoes and shirts. No shirts, no shoes, no mask, no service. Okay. I don't mean to be funny, because it's not funny, but children have to have a mask. Everybody has to have a mask on. Am I correct? Am I correct, Dr. Rice?
No,
I
you are
don't know
correct.
about nap time, but am I correct?
Madam Chair, I will say anecdotally, we do have information from neighboring school divisions that have been in place, and they gave us very positive feedback that the children are very compliant. They've had no issues really with their children at all with the mitigation strategies that they have in place. So that was a good thing to hear from our neighbors.
Any other questions? Mrs. Jenkins?
So they're at the bus stop. They don't have a mask on. Do they get on the bus?
We have masks on the bus.
Mask will be on the bus.
Parents say, my child is not gonna wear a mask.
They have to stay virtual.
Okay.
So are we still not taking temperatures until a child get to school?
Parent acknowledgement forms have been out, and a lot of them have come in already, even though we haven't even started a date for the hybrid program. But we're about to send a mass mailing out and a mass email out with that parent acknowledgement form. Once again, it's just like we're doing with our employees. You have to agree that you are symptom free and that you are fever free the day you go to school or work.
Are you saying we are taking temperatures, or parents are taking temperatures? Because that is
one that they are doing this at home.
So in other words, one of the things that was a concern and is a concern is that when these strategies or when these edicts are being made by the CDC, it's with the assumption that caveats are in place, like temperature taking, testing, and many of the things that we are not doing. So is there any, is that your question, Mrs. Jenkins? I don't mean to overstep. Okay.
If I might, though, I will say that the CDC guidelines do not recommend mass temperature checks, especially in schools, but rather the self-eval, self-check, just like we have put in place with parent acknowledgement form and just like we've put in place with our employees. So we again have followed very closely the CDC guidelines for opening schools.
And if we take children and they do have fevers and we take them on the bus, then We just have them until somebody comes and gets them. And then the bus is shut down until.
We actually disinfect after each run. And if a student does develop symptoms, we've already set aside isolation rooms in each building just for that parent contact that Dr. Buck is talking about, that we will need for someone at home to come pick up the student.
But by that time, they've exposed everybody who's on the bus.
Not necessarily, because everyone on the bus will be wearing masks.
And distance.
And the distancing.
Is that, Mr. Reddick?
Madam Chair, I believe we are doing too much wishful thinking here. If you go on Facebook and look down your timeline, you'll see a lot of our staff at the schools without masks. And we're talking about parents sending their children to school saying they taking the temperature. I'm a former bus driver. We're telling kids to keep masks on for a possible 15-minute ride. And if you're coming from a rural area, it could be longer depending on traffic. That's not realistic.
Are there questions before we vote? There's a motion on the floor. If there are no questions. Madam Clerk, oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a question, Ms. Story? Go ahead.
As I'm considering this, I know that at one point, and I think there's a lot of some favor for this in talking about our special ed students to perhaps return. They are small numbers in their rooms, that perhaps they should be able to now return more than just the 2 days for the week. We initially had them returning 4 days a week. And I think that's been what other districts have done. And I know that there's been some real, in some case hardship. We heard from Mr. Soroka. These children really need the services that we can offer them. And I'm thinking that perhaps in my motion, I didn't consider them, and that we should can we consider?
Would you like to amend because we have a motion that's been seconded. Do you want to withdraw your motion and make another motion? Do you want to withdraw the motion that you made? Okay, would you like to withdraw your motion?
I'm withdrawing my motion for a new motion.
Okay, if you would like to make another motion, go ahead. That motion is withdrawn. Go ahead.
On March 15th, I make a motion that we return our special ed students 4 days a week, and our youngest students, elementary, the hybrid 2 days a week. And March 22nd, do I have that right? March 22nd, that then the 6th through 12th graders return to school with our hybrid. That's my motion.
Madam Chair, I have a question. 4 days a week for the special ed, would it be all day for 4 days? 4 days, half days? How? What is? I'm trying to remember what was decided before.
Well, if I may, if you all will allow me, before when I said it would be IEP drip, and the reason that I said that is probably, it's not probably, it's because I am a special educator, and that allowed flexibility with people to decide how long, how many days, what they needed, what services they needed, and so on and so forth. It was not to the exception of making whatever. It gave people flexibility, but I see that that wasn't a choice. So I have no idea. What are you proposing? I'm gonna leave that alone.
Yes,
what are you proposing?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So just for clarification, it would be our plan, Ms. Mayo, for specialized programs, because I want to be specific to Ms. Story's motion, if I may. The specialized program students being 4 days, full days. As we stated, that's what our original plan was. We cut it to 2 days based on school board feedback. We then reduced it to 1 day when our numbers jumped tremendously. As you saw on the chart, we went from 15% positivity rate to 25.4. That was the week of December 15th to the 19th when we did that. So our recommendation would be for 4 days a week for students in specialized programs. And those will be full days.
And I second the motion.
Other questions for the motion? Okay, Board Clerk.
Please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No, and the reason I'm voting no for students returning to school as of March 15th is because there are too many unknown variables. There's a variant. We don't have realistic strategies that are being implemented. I don't think we're dealing with this situation realistically. We're doing it because I think some people are backed into a corner, but I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
No.
Motion passed.
Let's move on, moving right along. We have we went through the calendar change. We had an information item. We did the calendar change already. I think it was in 2 places.
No, that's a different one.
This is a different calendar
Yes.
change. I'm sorry. We're looking at a calendar change 2021, 20 to 2021 and 2021 to 2022 school calendar change.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm going to bring Dr. Branch, our Chief Academic Officer, into the conversation so she can provide the school board with some background for this calendar change. Dr. Branch?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. On January 9th, 2020, the Suffolk Public Schools School Board voted for the 2020-2021 school calendar. On June 16th, Governor Ralph Northam announced that he intended to mark Juneteenth, which commemorates the day in 1865 that the slaves were informed in Texas that they were actually freed. He announced his intentions to make Juneteenth, which is June 19th, a state-paid holiday. In the current 2020-2021 calendar, that date, which is being recognized by the state on June 18th, is not designated in that calendar. We are recommending that June 18th be the last day for teachers and instructional staff. Their current last day is Monday, June 21st. Additionally, it is recommended to adjust the recently submitted and approved 2021-2022 calendar to recognize Juneteenth on Monday, June 21st, versus the current date that the teachers would be working, June 20th, 2022. The teacher clerical last day would be Friday, June 17th, 2022. The state of Virginia has not designated the 2022 state holiday date for Juneteenth as it is on a Sunday. It is our recommendation that the school board accept these changes to the 2020, 2021, and 2021, 2022 calendars.
Are you ready? Thank you. Board members, could I have a motion with regard to the changes recommended?
I make a motion that we accept the calendar changes recommended.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Mrs. Gardner?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We changed this item number 4 to an information item. And we did discuss for a moment. This item, term of employment for the superintendent, we discussed briefly, and we'll only discuss briefly because it does require a 30-day notice if we want to discuss the actual terms. We were just bringing up for discussion. I believe Board Member Riddick had asked us about a discussion of Dr. Gordon's upcoming contract, which actually isn't up until 2022. But we had talked about briefly, of course, we'd like to extend his contract. Dr. Gordon, we believe that you have done an outstanding job, and we try to share that with you when we can, because we believe you have and would like to keep you on our team. We have no plans of letting you go. So we want you to stay with us. This has been an interesting time. Are there any board members who would like to make any comments or have any discussion at this time on this particular topic? Mr. Riddick?
Yes, I would like, while the board considers the term of employment, I ask that the board to also consider the superintendent's compensation package and the potential adjustments in the superintendent's compensation package to be reflected in the proposed budget. So whatever we have to do so within policy and the law to do so, I would like for that to be done. So when we submit a proposed budget, everything is reflected. We're not going back and picking from here or there to make numbers exist when we have the timing to do so now.
Any of the board members, this is an informational item. Any board members have any other comments?
Madam Chair, I do have a question.
Yes.
The 30-day window that you were referencing, could you go into a little bit more detail about that, or maybe Mr.
Just if we are discussing a compensation package for a superintendent, we notify the board members 30 days prior to the meeting of the discussion that where we're going to have this discussion. We notify board members 30 days in advance. We have not done that. The other thing is that at this particular point in time, we haven't gotten the budget together. We haven't talked about raises for anybody. We have our 2x2 meetings where we give input into the budget. So there is time for us to have some discussions with regard to the budget. But right now, there are many unknowns that we're dealing with for a whole lot of reasons. But if there are others who would like to make any comments at this particular time for any other reasons, this is your time. Are there any comments, questions? Again, this is an informational item, not an action item. Okay, thank you. We have a budget transfer that we need to make, and it needs to be approved. Do we have information on this. I believe that this is the budget transfer to pay for our report. Is that correct, Dr. Gordon?
This budget transfer pays for the report and any potential additional legal issues that may come up for the remainder of this year. As we see, this budget transfer is being taken from budget lines for current vacancies. We wanted to make sure that we are always going to be proactive, as it seems that legal issues tend to come up. And so we wanted to make sure that we were prepared to cover any bills that may be generated in the very near future.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the budget transfer? Board members. Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a
Second.
motion and a second. Mrs. Gardner.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
No.
Board Vice Chair Byron,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Item number 6, we are setting February 25th at 6 p.m. at City Council Chambers as the date and time for the superintendent's proposed budget hearing and selection of interim school board member for the Sleepy Hole Borough. This is an action item.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we accept February 25th at 6:50 p.m. at the City Council Superintendent's proposed budget hearing and the selection of the interim school board member of Sleepy Hole.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Board,
It's been moved and seconded.
board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byron,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, number 7. The school board will set dates and times to interview candidates for the weeks of February 15th and 22nd, 2021 for the interim appointments for the Sleepy Hole Borough. These are interviews for the interim appointments. Board members, would you look at your calendars? And we do need to make these dates public. So I'd like you to look at your calendars. We can post these dates if there are any persons who are not ready to make these, to clear your calendars for this evening or to make a decision this evening. The week of the 15th and the week of the 22nd. We're almost at a point where we need to ask if I know the week of the 22nd, we will be receiving, some of us, the second COVID shot. On the 23rd, so.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
would the interviews all be on one day?
No, some would have to be split. I'd like to be able to give the interviewees at least a choice of 2 nights. I think we did that in the past. Yes.
I just ask that you all can check my schedule and email it to you, but please consider that there are 2 board members who work, and not saying that the rest of you don't have your other obligations, but it's a lot for us to keep having to juggle. Well, for me to have to keep juggling my work schedule.
Well, is 7 o'clock meeting better for you?
Extra meeting.
Or is there a day that's a better day for you all? Okay. Okay, once you see your schedule,
I'm gonna
okay,
send you
if
that
you would,
information
we'll try to
once I
accommodate
get
you.
to work. As of right now, I'm on a swing schedule.
Are there any board members who have any, we just have to post the dates and make them, we have to let people know when we are doing it. But you do not have to make a decision tonight. If you would, send me that information. Today is the 11th. If you would send me that information, maybe by Saturday, would that be okay? Is that possible? Yes.
Action item, are we changing? It says it's an action item. Are we voting on this?
Well, it seems that we might not be able to if we don't know the schedule. We might have to table it. We don't know the schedule, Mr.
Meeting with a date to be decided.
Okay, all right. Can we make that motion? Mr. Riddick, would you make that motion?
I move to have a special meeting with a date to be decided.
All right, for the purpose of interviewing
Yes,
candidates. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board members, please vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byron?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
We have a resolution of the School Board of the City of Suffolk, Virginia, approving the policy services agreement between VSBA and the Suffolk School Board. This is an action item.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the service agreement with the VSBA.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Sorry, who's second? I heard two.
Mrs.
Ms.
Mayo?
Mayo, thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Does this include any monetary?
I'm sure it does. It's a part of our membership
I think
in the
that needs,
VSBA.
right, I think that needs to be included.
You mean?
What is the amount of money we're approving to have this service agreement, policy service agreement? It doesn't
Look
say
back.
here. How
It
much
is. It's in the
is it?
report.
Pardon me?
Look back.
I'm not seeing it. I mean, I don't have my expanded, but I don't. Does it say how much it is?
3,007.
It's attached to the
Okay,
resolution.
and what is that amount, please?
$3,000.
It's
Thank you.
$3,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
3,750.
Is that for a year membership with them?
I would assume it's for a year. Let's look at the term of the,
It's an annual contract, Madam Chair.
it's the annual contract. So I would assume it's for a year. Okay?
Yeah,
It's
thank you very
been-
much.
You're welcome. It's been moved and seconded. Mrs. Gardner?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Board Vice Chair Byron?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Number 9, resolution of the School Board of the City of Suffolk, Virginia, approving the terms and conditions of a deed agreement between Isle of Wight and the school board and the City of Suffolk School Board. And this, I believe, is the deed for this CCAP. Is this? Is there a motion? Hello?
Oh, Madam Chair, I move that we approve the resolution.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Gardner?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
Yes.
Board Member Vice Chair Byram,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Number 10, a resolution approving the terms and conditions of the deed of gift and donation of the proposed permanent public utility easement to the city of Suffolk from the city school board. May I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion, Madam Chair. Resolution 20-21-17 that we approve.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I second the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It's been moved and approved.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Resolution number 11, resolution 20-21/21-18, a resolution approving the terms and conditions of a deed of gift and donation of land in fee simple with general warranty and English covenants of the title of the city of Suffolk from the city school board. May I have a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I move we approve resolution 20-21-18.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve resolution 20/21-18.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Resolution 20/21-19, a resolution approving the terms and conditions of a right-of-way agreement between the Suffolk City School Board and Virginia Electric and Power Company, B/B/A, Dominion Virginia Power. Is there a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve resolution 20/21-19.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Gardner?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Resolution 20/21-20, a resolution approving the terms and conditions of a deed of easement agreement between the Suffolk City School Board and Verizon Virginia LLC. Is there a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I move to approve resolution 20/21-20.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Gardner?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next items on the agenda include public speakers on non-agenda items. Deborah Klisch is not here.
She's not here.
Okay, thank you. Catherine Blackman, the possibly opening the schools for return of children. This is a letter. Okay. Could someone read the letter from Catherine Blackman? Okay.
Hello, hope this email finds you well. My name is Catherine Blackman. I am a mom of 4 children in Suffolk Public Schools. My oldest is in the 7th grade. The next one in line is in the 5th grade. Then I have a 3rd grader. And last but not least, I have a 1st grader. I ask that this please be read tonight during the school board meeting, discussing possibly opening the schools back up for a return for our children. As you may have heard from many parents, this pandemic has been hard on everyone. Our children are no exception to that. My children spend an enormous amount of time in front of the computer screens, more time than they ever have spent before the pandemic hit. Before the pandemic, my children had to earn to have 30 minutes a day and then a family movie night each weekend. Now, my 7th grader spends on average 10 hours a day between 5 to 7 days a week just trying to keep up and put forth the best effort she can to keep her GPA up. This doesn't allow her any time to be a kid in the early years of teenagehood. She's a very responsible kid and very respectful at times. Since her father's in the military and essentially being gone since January of 2020, things have only continued to get harder for her as well as her siblings. My kids who once thoroughly enjoyed school and learned now has a bad taste in their mouth for school. They are reluctant to get on the computer most days and do their work. I am lucky enough to be a stay-at-home mom to work with them, and this has been difficult to say the least. I have been there to hug and hold each of my 4 children while they cry because of virtual learning and COVID has taken everything from them. They are ready to head back to school. It's time. I know that it's safe for these kids to go back to school because my mother and so many of my friends across the United States who are teachers have told me what their schools have done is working. Kids and teachers at these schools have been in person since August with little to no transmission of COVID. In fact, studies support that it's safer for the kids to go back because the rise in mental health cases decline and kids become happy again. Anxiety in children have lowered dramatically, and kids are getting a healthy dose of social interaction. In fact, for example, schools in Idaho are still allowing the kids to have outdoor recess, playing on the playground, so long as they are wearing their masks and washing their hands upon return. The kids stay in one classroom, and the teachers are the ones that travel to the classroom, significantly cutting down on possible transmission of germs in general, as we are still in cold and flu season. I also want to say that if it's safe for kids to play outside sports, then it certainly should be safe for our kids to be in school for those that choose to be in school. If schools don't open up for the children who's choosing in-person learning, then the message you are sending to them and the public is that you care more about sports and the mental health of athletes than you do the majority of the population and students who take their education seriously. If my children return to school, I fully plan to help with our bus shortage by taking my kids into school myself and picking them up as well, relieving pressures off of the buses. Since there is a shortage, one way we can help solve some of the issues is that all of those who are planning to return make arrangements for their kids to be dropped off and picked up. That way, buses can still make their routes, delivering foods to those who choose to stay virtual. For a majority of children, they learn best in school, not virtual. My own children will admit that they feel like they aren't learning as much as they were in person. There are so many highly respected people who are all looking at the data of schools who have successfully opened since August and are doing well to prove that it's safe for kids to return and kids need to be back in the building. If you're if you've done your due diligence and researched it or even listened to the news, then you know it as well. The question is, why are we still waiting? With 3 of my own children falling into depression, saying things that no mother wants to hear, like they wish they were dead so they didn't have to endure another day of virtual learning. I am pleading that you all seriously take into consideration the huge impact that virtual learning has made on children that you as a board member should be thinking of. Suicide and depression have gone way up, and continuing to wait can prove disastrous for our children here in Suffolk. Teachers who want the vaccine should have received their first dose already and gearing up for their second dose. Even Dr. Fauci and the CDC says that it's safe to go back before teachers get their second COVID vaccine dose. Now is the time for schools to open. We need to take a stand for our children's educations, needs, and mental stability and open the schools. These children have already lost many months of a good quality education, so please consider opening the schools. Parents are more than happy to send their kids to school with masks and shields. The shields will do justice to follow children to have safe mask breaks. As a parent, I am more than happy to supply my kids' teachers with whatever supplies they need. Many thanks for your time. Sincerely, Catherine Blackman.
And we have Miller Carey, who wants to speak about the budget. Mr. Carey.
Thank you. While transparency remains foremost among various problems plaguing this governing body, I'm here tonight to speak about a particular issue regarding budgets and funding classrooms. A veil of opacity exists between the money Suffolk Public Schools has and what's made available to teachers. Opacity being, of course, the opposite of transparency. This veil consists of accounting standards that are not up to those of your peers, nor what's recommended by the Virginia Department of Education. The cost of these opaque accounting procedures is to parents asked to provide supplies to the school budget that the school budget could support, to teachers who constantly are asked to reach into their own pockets to fund basic supplies for their classrooms, and worst of all, to children who go without. The answer to this deficiency is line item budgeting at the school level. Each individual school needs to prepare a transparent budget using the cost account code structure recommended by the Virginia Department of Education. Teachers should be fully funded up front this summer when they need to know their budgets. You have requested they call their city councilman to demand that city council fully fund education. But this governing body, the Suffolk School Board, needs to fully fund your classrooms. Money needs to be allocated so that teachers can provide instruction to fulfill state standards. Year after year, you have been fully funded. Now it's time for transparency and accounting to fully fund your classrooms. City Council should insist that you meet these accounting standards before they allocate your funds in May. This initiative is in no form one to defund education. Rather, it is to ensure that funds requested by and allocated to Suffolk Public Schools are used and directed transparently to the teachers who need them and when they need them, openly. And before anyone suggests a staffing barrier to meeting this standard that your peers in other localities already meet, let me point out that we're only talking some data entry and coding. There's plenty of time to provide this accounting before City Council funds your proposed budget in May. I'm sure that an administration that has continued to fund such a huge workforce for a year while schools are not even instructing in person can source the human capital to get this budget in line and into the daylight, so teachers can have the resources they need without coming out of pocket to cover basic necessities. So before you go trumpeting the call to fully fund education, listen to the majority of surveyed teachers and 93% of surveyed parents. Commit to fully funding your classrooms through open, transparent line item budgeting at the individual school level using state recommended cost account code structure. You've been fully funded year after year. Now practice what you preach and fully fund your classrooms. Please and thank you. I'd also like to note that Debbie Cliche had signed up last night to speak and never received an email with any information, never received a call back or any response. So that might be something somebody needs to follow up on there. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Let's get this going.
Okay, the next item, business by board members. Business by board members. Mrs. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. And as always, a big thank you to Dr. Gordon and your staff and your team for doing a great job like you do all the time. A big thank you for the highlight of our alumni, the great things that they're doing, as well as the highlight of our staff. I want to give a special thank you to Florence Bowser for fixing me up with a great mask to go with my shirt this evening. Thank you very much. And I want to give a special shout out to Miss Fry at Nansemond Parkway. She's a first grade teacher, and I've seen the great work that she's done. She engages her first graders, and she have them doing scavenger hunts all around the house. I know because my granddaughter's in her class. And the dances that they do while they're learning their numbers, as well as um, the PE teacher, Mrs. Smith, they do a remarkable job. I see the kids, they are rushing to get to class online, and they're having a great time. And I just want to give a shout out to you too. Thank you so much, and for your dedication and being creative, because that's what it takes. And a big thank you for recognizing us for our School Board Appreciation Month. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Mayo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As always, I wish to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Gordon and the school administrative office staff, his team, the SPS family, our teachers, and all of our support staff for their continued dedication and support. I appreciate all you are doing to work with our students. Congratulations to the SPS employees who made the commitment to participate in the UVA cohort, the administrative and supervision program. And we're looking forward to training some new leaders, some new administrators, and that's absolutely wonderful that you have this opportunity. I would like also to thank you for the gift for School Board Appreciation Month. The video was awesome. Mr. Brabble, we thank you so much for that. And congratulations to Mrs. Gardner and Ms. Hicks on your fine work for clerk and assistant clerk, respectively. And we appreciate the work that you do. Again, I want to thank everyone for continuing to support our school division. And as we move forward, hopefully with some in-person learning, and we know that our students and our staff will rise to the occasion, and our school system will do just that as we build the best SPS. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And one comment, Mrs. Byram, when she makes her comments, will also have a brief finance committee report. We have good news from our finance committee. So we have a very brief report. Training is a wonderful thing. And in our training, we learned about the 10 minutes. We were reminded of the 10 minutes, and I have Robert's rules here on my iPad, but we learned about we were reminded of the 10 minutes. So we thank you for respecting that, Ms. Jenkins and Ms. Mayo. And most of us do, but sometimes we forget as we ramble. So just keep that in mind, that you do have 10 minutes per topic with Robert's rules. And so we ask you to respect that. Next on the agenda, Mr. Reddick, would you please?
Okay. Let's see. Unmute my mic. I'm going to be brief with my business by board members. I want to get down to my business first. I hope and pray that we are mindful of what was just done tonight to send our students back to school, or provide the option for students, but not the option for staff, to send them back to school with an experimental vaccine, and we don't have all the kinks out. Even with our current mitigation strategies, COVID is at all of our schools except CCAP. I just want us to keep that in mind. I also want us to also look at the practice of, do we require children to have a mask on in kindergarten, which could be a potential choking hazard for when they go to nap time. I also want us to keep in mind that The bus routes and who's going back to school is outdated information. The survey was asked for the second 9 weeks, and this is the third. So I ask that we give our parents the option to redecide before we put all of that stress on our transportation department and routings. I ask that we continue to keep the priority of our division, which is to educate students in a safe environment, at the forefront of our mind going forward. In closing, I would like to say thank you, Dr. Gordon, for the excellent job you are doing. And I look forward to moving forward with you leading the ship going forward. I still ask that the board consider uh, extending Dr. Gordon's contract and addressing compensation packages as well in line with our budget year. I also ask that we look at purchasing, and I don't know if we've done this already, but we look at purchasing those plexiglass partitions since we're going back anyway. Um, Thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you to all of my constituents, and thank you to the 35 parents that already sent me emails furious. I want to say thank you. Um, it's bittersweet, but we're going to get through it.
Thank you. Ms. Story.
Yeah. I'm excited that kids are having an opportunity and choice to go back to school. For me, that's very exciting. I have a kindergarten granddaughter up in Fairfax, and she's amazing with the mask. All the kids are. They have. Don't have a problem with it. I think our little kids are going to do great. So I'm very excited that we're going back. I'm very excited for our special ed, special students. I think that it was really time that we do that. I thank you, Dr. Gordon, for clarifying and affirming the 4 days. I'm very happy about that. That's excellent. I would like to say I attended two things that were very impactful for me. One was through the VSBA. It was last November, but I've been studying it a lot. I took a lot of pictures, and that was the finance workshop, and I really appreciate it. It was done by a superintendent from Surrey. And I guess he does that quite often for VSBA, and that training was very insightful. I thought that one was very, very good. So I have that, experience in learning more about budgets and how to keep track of money and the budgets. And so anyway, that was a very, very, very good workshop. And if I don't know what board members may have attended that, but it's certainly a worthwhile one. And then yesterday I attended a session, a seminar held by the National School Board Association. It was free. It went from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock. It was a 4-hour seminar on equity. They had some excellent speakers and presenters, and I attended that. I learned a lot. There was a lot of interesting information, and just to see they said there was 1,000 school board members attending that seminar. So that was pretty good. That felt that was large, and it was good to know where, that group was all coming from in terms of equity. I remember, I think it was either March, April of 2019, we talked about Roanoke at that time had presented. We had gone to something and they had presented that they had an equity policy, and I thought it was really good then. I was hoping to bring that back. We talked about that. We weren't ready to do it then, but I definitely think that there are parts of that equity, that policy and equity focus that I think are pretty good, and it would really help some of our schools. If we took a look at that and looked again at maybe having an equity task force and to see where we stand. Yesterday, they talked about looking at your policies that might not reflect equity. So I thought that was something that was pretty good as well. I certainly appreciate, thank you for the gift. I was very kind to those who went out. And I also appreciate behind me, they're sitting behind me. I appreciate our clerk and assistant clerk. They do a fabulous job. They have just this wonderful, sweet attitude, and I certainly appreciate them. And so thank you very much for all the times you help out and what you give us all. That's just great. I want to thank again one more time for Dr. Rice and her team and all that went into putting together all of those mitigation strategies, et cetera. It was truly, that's a big job, and now we're going to implement, and I look forward. I hope that one of the things is I know that there is money. I attended the finance committee, and I know there's money available. I would ask if I think a good place that would help our teachers out a lot. And so this is to you, Dr. Gordon. If you would consider getting cameras that are in the room. We talked about putting them in the athletic area, and I thought that was very cool to think that grandparents can watch their kids play now and do sports from California or something. I mean, that was just a very, very, very cool program, the whole system. But I think it would really help in terms of this hybrid. If we could get sort of surround cameras so that a teacher could teach all at once. It could teach the students in the classroom as well as the students would be seeing it. And I think it's the cameras that would perhaps go with our IT setup. We have a lot of new IT hardware in our rooms that's very up to date and very good. And I would really appreciate if you would just see if that is something that I think that would really help our teachers and our classroom teaching out. So they didn't have to split their time, but they could do it all at once. So I know some teachers that even looked into buying their own to try to have the teaching done all at once. So maybe that's something that you would consider looking into, is providing some cameras in our room. I think this was I was glad we had this time also for looking at the MOU. I think it's a very important document, and I look forward to seeing the final version of that. It's exciting to see that we had several people who want to apply for Mr. Minnick's position. I thought that was very good. That was excellent, and I'm excited to do the interviews and see who we bring on board. I also want to say thank you to Mr. Mitnick again for serving on the board. It was very kind of him to serve the years that he did, and I already miss him. So, Mr. Mitnick, kudos to you out there. I know a lot of parents in your borough will be missing you. So we miss you here as well. And I hope you enjoy your plaque. I think that's all I have. It's been sort of a late night, but thank you for all the parents and citizens who hung in there. I'm sorry we were a bit late in our closed session, but thank you for attending online, and thank you for listening, and thank you for participating in Suffolk Public Schools and participating in our meetings. Having citizens that are involved and listening, involved citizens always helps for a better school system. So I'm glad that we have so many. We got a little report, I think it was from Dr. Gordon, said, 200 people were waiting online. And I mean, that's really good. I hope more and more parents join us and listen to the process of how school boards function and run their schools. So thank you so much, and everyone have a good evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Barron, Vice Chair Barron.
A couple of things. I want to thank Sarah Williford, Supervisor of Health Services, for coordinating the recent vaccine clinic. I'm looking forward to my second shot, and I know everyone else is as well. That was a very successful event, and I thank Dr. Gordon and all of his staff for coordinating that. Ditto to Ms. Gardner and Ms. Hicks. They do an excellent job, and Suffolk Public Schools is lucky to have them. I'm very excited about the first superintendent's administrative cohort with UVA. And this is a great opportunity for Suffolk. And it's also special to me because I have two former students who are members of that first cohort. Ms. Eaton, who is a special education teacher at MacBean, and Ms. Allman, who is a science teacher at Turlington Woods. And I'm very proud of both of those young ladies for being in this first cohort. And turning to the Finance Committee, we recently met on January 28th, and it was a virtual meeting. We had Tracy Bedgood, who was with Cherry Beckart, Mr. Carr, who is in the finance department, Dr. Gordon, Dr. Buck and myself, and Ms. Forsman. And Ms. Bedgood was very gracious in her report, and she reported on the annual audit of Suffolk Public Schools. And she detailed the fact that we were performing under the circumstances of COVID outstandingly. We had a very good report. It was a clean report with no deficiencies. Ms. Forsman presented a lot of information to us, especially on the CARES Act and the process for application for CARES money, and how we are working to be sure that the school system is ahead of the ball game, so to speak, so that we are able to use that money to the best of our benefit for all types of improvements in our schools. And Ms. Forsman also mentioned the fact that she is working on the issue of minimum wage, which will change in May of this year. And that will affect many of our substitute teachers, assistants, cafeteria workers, custodians, and bus aides. And that is something that we're working diligently on. She also brought us up on the idea of Isle of Wight School Division. Possibility is being looked into paying off that debt before the term of the loan. And that would be to our benefit. But all of this will be brought to the board's attention before it's decided on. But the good news is we had an excellent audit. Thank you, Dr. Buck.
Thank you. We do appreciate it. And that's always good news. We had a clean audit at each of our schools as well as a clean audit overall. And that speaks volumes of our staff in our finance department and your leadership, Dr. Gordon, along with your team. We have a very small team for the amount of money that they deal with. And Ms. Forsman and her team has always done an excellent job. We follow the rules and we do what we need to do, and it shows. Lastly, I'd like to say this. we have so many things to be thankful for. Again, I just like to second the commendation that Vice Chair Barham gave Mrs. Williford and the nurses in our schools. If you want to know how to organize to give shots or organize how to do anything, you need to let Suffolk Public Schools nurses show you how. We were in and out in 20 minutes, and that's from walking in the building, standing in the line, getting the shot, and having them waiting to see how you were doing. They did an outstanding job, and I tell you, I cannot tell you, they were kind while they were doing it. It was just a really nice experience to have to take a shot. I want to give kudos to the Safety Audit Committee. I met with them, and of course, Mr. LaFavor and that group. I appreciate those parent volunteers, and of our parent volunteers in our advisory groups. They do a great job. The UVA cohort, I had an interview with Miss Jackson, who was in the cohort. I told her I think she made a good choice choosing UVA because it's my school. So I think she did a good job, and actually in one of my programs. So I think she really did a good job. So I'm very pleased with that. I've got to go by Florence Bowser and get my mask as well. I had my little note to say thank you to them and didn't get a chance to go by the school on my way here. But thank you anyway. I didn't thank Ayanna Johnson for my Christmas present, and I did want to do that because Dr. Gordon and I got a Christmas present, didn't thank her for it. And I want to say, as always, thank you to the staff for what you've done. You all are ready and organized. I do want to say this, and I usually don't, I try not to have to make any apologies, and I don't. I do things rather purposefully. But my no vote was because I am concerned about the space in our special education classes and the numbers of children who were in the classes. Maintaining a 6-foot distance in a small room with the same number of children is a concern of mine. I've voiced that concern before, and I'll voice it again. I'm concerned, of course, about the children coming to school, and I'm apprehensive. But when you say that you're going to bring the children back, as many, in the same space, at the same time, and I see no way that you can keep them 6 feet apart, I'm concerned. And that's why I voted the way I voted. So there's no need to send me a text, an email, or anything else, because I'm telling you, if you're listening. Be blessed, and let's move on to the next item on the agenda. The next items are informational items on our agenda. Unless a board member has an issue with it, I'd like to take them all together. They are not action items. We don't have anything to go into closed session for a second time. So the next items are informational items. Are there any questions by board members? I am going to acknowledge some condolences because we have lost some members of our staff, but other than that, are there any questions? If there are no questions, I'd like to offer condolences to the families of retired teacher assistant Vivian Barnes, the family of James Lawrence, a current bus driver who passed away, was one of our current bus drivers, and a retired bus driver, James Field, who passed away. Our condolences, our prayers go to that family, if that is your tradition, those families, if that is your tradition. And unless there are any questions, concerns, or critical issues that need to be done, we are all done for the evening. This meeting is adjourned.